welcome back to Just Be with me, your host, E. In today's video, I am going to be discussing Nia Sioux's memoir, Bottom of the Pyramid, a memoir of persevering, dancing for myself, and starring in my own life. I would like to have a discussion about Nia Sioux Frazier's experience and break down some of the rhetoric that I have seen floating around since her book has been released. Disclaimer, I've had these notes since I read the book. I'm just not doing this video because if you could see, I have over 133 pages of notes that I took, okay? And that was me reading, taking notes, all of that. With that being said, let's get into this memoir because Nia spilled some tea and I got a lot to say because some of y'all be coming for my girl Nia and it don't be justified. Bottom of the Pyramid, a memoir of persevering, dancing for myself, and starring in my own life. I want to start off by saying I'm going to be calling out some grammatical errors. There's just some things that just in my writing that I would never do. I know Nia wrote this, but whoever edited missed out some stuff. Anyway, Nia actually had a foreword done by her friend and co-star of Dance Moms, one of the co-stars because there's many of the girls, Chloe Lukasiak, and yes, I spelled her name correctly with the little accute mark. So Chloe begins the foreword by discussing how sometimes our family isn't the one that we're always born into, rather it's the one that you make yourself. And despite, Dance Moms being a dysfunctional family, it was still a family. She praises Nia on her resilience on being one of the last remaining original cast members. She admires how, despite all the girls going their own separate ways for a while, they eventually would come back, find each other, and continue their relationships. Chloe expressed, surprise when she found out that Nia wasn't gonna be at the Dance Moms reunion in 2024. I also talked about this one, so you could go watch that video too. I talked about it too, so go ahead and show that video some love. But Nia explained to Chloe why she wasn't going, and Chloe began to understand just how different Nia's experience was from hers. And she gained a different perspective and appreciation of Nia's personal experience. Chloe explains that this book is for Nia to regain and tell her story in her own way. She expresses that this book was difficult at times to read, but it reminded her of the strength that not only Nia had, but the strength that all the girls had. While the cast could not control their circumstances, they were able to control their grit. They continue to face each day with grace and strength. And finally, she ends that she couldn't be any more prouder of Nia. That was so sweet. I definitely loved Chloe's foreword. She wrote it in a way that definitely sounds like Chloe, definitely sounds very respectful of her and her respectfulness of Nia. Now we get to the introduction, which is Bottom of the Pyramid. So Nia begins by basically shutting down the rumors of her going to the reunion. She said that producers had contacted her about participating in the Dance Moms reunion, and Nia's immediate answer was no. No thoughts were given. Nia always knew that she wanted to tell her story on her own terms, which I think is very strong and powerful. Nia had actually started working on a book, and even though she considered using the reunion as a great way to announce and promote her memoir, she couldn't help the anxiety that was inside of her and the anxiety that being around others castmates gave her. She expressed that, the producers had 7 seasons of content to turn her narrative around and address real big issues, and they didn't. We all know why. So Nia decided to put her foot down and take control of the narrative for her own sake. Nia had always known that she wanted to write about her experience on Dance Moms since many of the other girls had already done so. Maddie, Kenzie, and Chloe, to name a few. Now, mind you, they wrote these when they were still minors. Nia is writing hers as an adult with a fully, I would say, somewhat developed brain. I think she was about 24, 25-ish, so her brain is almost developed. So Nia was writing this as an adult. Compared to like Maddie, Kenzie, and Chloe's memoirs, which are written as teenagers, I would love to see all the girls actually write a memoir about their experience on Dance Moms because it would be nice just to see the different perspectives. But instead, Nia took the time and allowed herself to heal, reflect, and gather her thoughts, wondering when the time would be right. The time came when Nia was already discussing the book with an agent, and it was solidified when her co-star and friend Chloe expressed that Nia had yet to share her unique experience. Nia was so worried about what Abby would think and the backlash of the fans, but Chloe reminded her that there are people who want to hear from you. Nia had thought about doing a YouTube video, but she decided a book. And it carried more space and gave her the creative freedom to let her voice out. Despite not returning to the reunion and the backlash, Nia knew that she wanted to take her voice, perspective, and bring it to the center stage. The first thing her parents asked were, what would the title of the book be? It was no-brainer. Nia said, Bottom of the Pyramid. The choice was deep, and it was a way of reclaiming power of something that Nia had been stripped of ever since she was shown on television. Now we get to more introductory information. Nia goes on to introduce herself, and she starts off by saying that dancing at Rain Dance Productions, which was the studio's name before it was the Abby Lee Dance Company. So Rain Dance was the studio, Abby Lee Dance Company was the competition team. And joining the hit show Dance Moms, a worldwide phenomenon that still continues to reach many audience. Nia explains, she remembers seeing the first time, seeing the premiere in Vegas, going to the Kids' Choice Awards, and the many opportunities that her and the other cast members got to have. However, Nia does mention that she would be plagued with negative experiences due to Abby's own prejudice, racist, and hurtful words, bleeding over into the world of Dance Moms and its fans. Yet over time, Nia would find mentors and a dance support system that saw value in her talents. See, the viewer's perspective of Nia and even some of the other girls was built on what Abby and production called the pyramid, a system that judged dancers and pitted them against one another. Nia knew how unfair and incorrect it was for people to assume standards got lowered or changed for African American or Black people, and that was an image that she worked so hard to change. See, Nia's story isn't uncommon. Rather, it's the unfortunate norm that many Black women and girls, including myself as a Black woman, have faced, being denied the chance to follow their dreams, with those who could be looked at as tokens as the exception. Candace Owens. Bottom of the Pyramid overall is a story of triumph, perseverance in the face of prejudice, discrimination, and racism, particularly against those who do not fit the mold that they were told they need to belong in. It is a story of millions of young Black girls and women who have faced it. It is a story that, despite being told over and over, continues to happen. Rather than allow this story to contain others or herself, Nia is using her story to showcase how Black girls and women are not monoliths that society has made us. Rather, we are human beings with aspirations, dreams, and hopes. And I hope that when people read the book and as you watch my video, you recognize and you acknowledge the pain and struggle that Black girls and women face on a day-to-day. See, the goal was never to assimilate or be like others. The goal is to be a star in our own life. Chapter 1 is entitled, It Takes a Village. And Nia opens her book by describing her typical childhood. And I would say her childhood definitely matched up with the average middle, high-income family lifestyle. A lifestyle that many African American and Black families have experienced, including myself. Despite what the media will show you, Nia's family lived in a small Pittsburgh suburb. Shout out to the suburbs. I'm also from the suburbs. It was an area where the kids played on the street and the neighbors all respected each other. See, they would have backyard kickbacks. We just call them, I don't even think we call it a kickback. What do we call it? We just called it like a picnic or like a barbecue. That's normally what we call it in the Midwest. But Nia had a very close relationship with her neighbors because they would like hang out with each other, they would cook together, they would even look out for each other's mail, which is actually what my mom and our neighbors do because, you know, porch pirates, you know, they be riding around the streets trying to steal stuff. Nia also remembers that her family would spend time at Myrtle Beach because her parents had a timeshare. Another average experience that many American families and African American and Black American families experience. Side note, if you're wondering why I say African American and then Black families, it's my belief that some people who are Black in America who don't have ties to Africa, they don't really like the word African American. I'm not gonna say foundational Black Americans because they got their own issues, or the other organization, but personally to me, I'm Black. Like on paper, I write African American, but I literally have no ties to Africa. Like my family lineage is mixed. I have European, I have Native, I have Scottish, I have Black. So for me, my heritage starts here. I'm Black American. So that's just how I feel. That's not negating any other people who might identify as African American, because I still write it down on paper, but I'm being a bit more specific because there are some people who are like first generation or first through however many generations living in the States who family are from Africa, and they actually can go to Africa, and their parents go to Africa, or their grandmas or aunties and all of that. I don't have that. My family is just here. It is what it is. Back to Nia. So Nia introduces her family, starting off with her dad, Evan Fraser. And her dad was a CEO and executive director of a nonprofit social services agency called the Hill House Association. And it's her dad who inspired her to do philanthropy in that Hill House. Her dad worked very closely with the residents in the Hill District in Pittsburgh to ensure that they received very vital resources to better their lives. And, you know, her dad would actually be inspired to create his own nonprofit focused on helping Black leaders get into leadership roles. So, period, Mr. Evans, or Mr. Fraser. Obviously, we know who's next, Dr. Holly. Dr. Holly was a principal of elementary and middle school, and she has a doctorate in education, period. Yes, I would love to have a doctorate in education just like Holly. Then Nia introduces her brothers. She has a brother that's 2 years older than her and a brother that's younger. So her older brother is Evan Fraser Jr., aka EJ, and he's a typical older brother, charming, outgoing, with a genuine heart. Then she has her younger brother, Will. And the fact that they're actually close in age, a lot of people used to think they were twins. And let me just tell y'all, Holly and Evan's children, they all look like. So her description of her family is similar to many people out there. A tight family, you know, the only difference, they Black. I don't know what to tell you. I'm pretty sure in my notes, Nia later says that she's Christian. So she's just Black. There's no difference. So Nia would explain that because both of her parents had demanding jobs, it took a village to raise both her and her brothers. And that's something that I've experienced, and I think it's actually not uncommon in a lot of different communities for family members to support one another when raising kids. Holly's parents, who are Nia's grandparents, Gwen and William Hatcher, lived in New York. They would still step up and come to Pittsburgh to help with babysitting, doctor's appointments, and cooking meals for the kids. They were always there when the family needed them. They would even provide financially for the kids, activities, sports, dance, and other things whenever they can. And again, this reminded me so much of like my great-grandmother Gigi. Shout out to Gigi, she's gonna be 92 in 2026. And of course my granny Brenda, my dad's mom, because they both actually bought me violins. And shout out to my mom, because my current violin that I have now, she also bought. They bought me instruments so that I can continue being in an orchestra. And it's those things that, you know, you're really grateful for. Nia also explains that when she would go to New York with her grandfather, so her mom's dad, he would take her to dance intensives, such as the Dance Theater of Harlem. So she would go to these intensives and learn. Similar to her mom's side of the family, her dad's side, Brenda and Andrew Fraser, shout out to the fact that her dad's mom is named Brenda, because my dad's mom is named Brenda. I was like, oh wow. But they would also help to alleviate some of the load by shuttling the kids to their various extracurriculars.
Sports, karate, art, piano lessons, swimming, drumming, cheerleading.
You name it! The Fraser kids did it all. And side note, I love that. I think kids should do as many things as they can because it opens up so many doors for their future. So Nia's dance experience came from the fact that Holly actually did recreational dance as a child as well. And she just thought it was a fun activity for little girls to do. See, Holly had been taught by Vicky Shear, a revered dance teacher who served the dance community for more than 75 years until her untimely death in 2019. And Nia actually would compete at one of her competitions with the ALDC. See, Nia also wasn't the first dancer along with her mom and her family. Rather, her great uncle was a dancer who danced well into his 90s. He was part of a group called the Dancing Demons, a group that performed all over different stages, including the Apollo Theater. And this connection brought more love of dance, especially with her grandpa Fraser, his brother. He would take Nia to and from dance until he couldn't drive anymore. See, Grandpa Fraser was a sweet and laid-back man, while his wife, Grandma Fraser, had a little bit of a more sterner side. Nia explains that her grandmother was a civil rights advocate and had helped with different protests against the Triple K. If you know what the Triple K is, you know, in Pittsburgh. These experiences led her to become the first Black president of the Pittsburgh East End chapter of NOW, the National Organization of Women, even gaining a position in the county council, period. Coming from a strong background of Black women, Nia learned where she and many Black women, including myself, receive our tenacity from our elders, the women in our family. Her Nana, Holly's mom, was a retired and equally brilliant DA in the Bronx. This experience brought a plethora of wild stories that she shared with her family as life lessons. Her aunt Heather, Holly's sister, played a vital role in her upbringing. Extremely smart and accomplished lawyer like her Nana, and she was a huge adventurer who instilled the love of travel in Nia. Nia then moves on to describe her first dance experience. See, Holly would take Nia an hour away from their home to dance. Now this is 2 hours, to and from, and then if you include extra time for whatever happened during traffic and all that stuff, it's about a 3-hour drive. So the studio was perfect because it allowed for 2-year-olds to dance, but it was just too far. And eventually Holly would find Rain Dance Productions, a studio right up the street from Nia and closer to home. I think it was about 20 minutes from her house, so that's a 40-minute drive. That's a lot less time than like a 3-hour drive. So let's get on to Rain Dance Productions. See, Nia's parents would discuss that despite the convenience of the studio being closer, it was co-owned by Marion Lorraine Miller and her daughter, Abigail Lee Miller, aka Abby Lee. See, Abby had credentials. Many of her dancers have gone to dance professionally on Broadway. They've danced for Disney. She was well known in the Pittsburgh dance community. She was also certified by the Dance Masters of America and was a member of the Dance Masters of Pennsylvania chapter. See, her accomplishments solidified to Nia's parents that her studio was good for Nia to dance at, which makes sense, right? You're looking at the accolades that she has, and that sounds great. But Nia explains that despite all these accolades, the studio didn't present itself as it should have to customers. See, the studio was in the middle of nowhere. Just beyond the front door was a grandiose semicircle structure of a desk that took up most of the entryway space, and to the right of it was a collage of her past dancers. Now, I just want to tell y'all, the studio no longer exists. It is a school bus company. So the studio consisted of 3 rooms and an upstairs viewing room. So Studio A was the largest, boasting a marley flooring atop a raised platform, which helped alleviate some pressure off of the dancers' legs and feet whenever they were doing their leaps, their jumps, turns, tricks, all of those things. Most classes were held in these rooms. By the way, marley floors are expensive. They are not cheap. They are expensive, and you want the best for your dance studio. Studio B was an overflowing room. It was slightly smaller than Studio A, but it also had marley flooring. When not being used by the younger children, the older students would use it for more concentrated classes like ballet. At one point, silks were being held there in like the 2013-ish, 2014 era when everybody was doing silks. Studio C was the smallest room, and it had a hardwood floor because it was only supposed to be used for tap. Then we had the den. The den was where the dancers would get ready, but it had a weird smell. There was bugs, and despite it being crusty, the dancers loved it. It was a room for them to talk,
stretch, do homework, eat dinner and snacks, and do hair.
Nia expresses that looking back, the conditions of the studio were bad, but this had become the norm. this was her dance home, and she aspired to join that wall of working dancers someday. And side note, the fact that Abby's, look, I'm telling you right now, the moment I would have saw a bug in there, I would have been like, I don't want to go back to the studio now. Why? There was bugs in there. What do you mean? What do you mean there was bugs? There was like creepy crawl. No. No. Could have been bed bugs in there. Could have been anything in there, and y'all was just okay with it. So hearing that Abby's studio was this, and again, like I just said, the bugs, what I would never do. It's no wonder she was losing customers. Like, and I'm gonna talk about how much money she was making, because I got some hypotheticals we're gonna type out. How is she not keeping the studio up to date? Nia moves on to the studio structure. So Rain Dance, which was the name of the studio before it became Abby Lee Dance Company, had two structures of dance instruction. Recreational, and these dancers would perform with their classes in just one recital at the end of the year. No solos, no duets, no trios, and classes were really only held one day a week. It's kind of like, it's a hobby, like getting kids introduced to dance. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. Then we have competitive, also known as the Abby Lee Dance Company. These were the performing groups, and you could have a solo, a duet, a trio, all based on Abby's approval, and to be a company dancer in its serious business. Initially, Nia was a recreational dancer because that's what Holly was used to, but Nia really wanted a solo, so she had to become part of the company, the Abby Lee Dance Company. And company dancers received better classes, better costumes, which the families did pay for, better choreography, and more attention from the teachers at the dance studio. See, Nia had been mesmerized by this one dancer in particular, who would become a co-star and a friend to her, Brooke Highland. Nia expressed that Brooke's solos were something to behold, and she won every title at every competition, something that Nia inspired to do. Nia knew to be the best, she would have to put in time and a lot of practice. Fun fact, if you all don't know this, in order to be a master of something, you need to do it over 10,000 hours. Like, you need to clock in 10,000 hours on things. Isn't that crazy? Have you clocked in 10,000 hours on one thing? Like making the best omelet, you need 10,000 hours to make the best omelet. Clock that tea. Nia's experience, she remembers being a little bit afraid of Abby because she had this overbearing presence. She was big, she was loud, she was usually draped in black, adorned with plastic rhinestone crap. Abby was intimidating, scary, and loved to yell. But Nia wasn't the only one. All the kids were afraid of Abby. And at times, Abby often seemed like the real-life Miss Trunchbull from Matilda. So Abby's teachings, let's just talk about that for a moment. Abby's main focus was acrobatics, technique, and flexibility. So she tended to work with the older students. See, because Nia was at first a recreational dancer, she took classes with Mrs. Miller, Abby's mom. So tap, ballet, and acrobatics. And each class was between 30 minutes to an hour. And Abby's mother was nice, kind, and gentle, even if the kids didn't dance right. Although Nia didn't work with Abby much at the beginning, she knew Abby was always watching. Now it's time to join competitive dance. So by the time Nia had turned 6, she convinced her mom to let her join the competitive team. All she had to do was pay dues and she was in. I'm sorry. The fact that all they had to do was pay is giving somebody who was really trying to get that money because they ain't have no money. Despite it being a slim chance that Abby would give Nia a solo, Nia knew it was possible because she had seen other 6 and 7-year-olds have chances at having a solo. Nia knew that growing up with 2 brothers, that the competitive of dance wasn't going to be hard. She wasn't afraid of the challenge. She was ready for her time to shine. And that leaves us on the end of chapter 1, It Takes a Village. Now, here's some of my overall takes. The first chapter definitely sets up Nia's background very well. Learning about her immediate family's backstory was so refreshing and relatable, especially as someone who comes from a very educated family as well. Despite me doing violin and orchestra instead of dance, I related so much to the It Takes a Village aspect. Now, my only complaint is this introduction of Abby's studio belongs in chapter 2. We'll talk about that when I get to chapter 2. I definitely think, like I said, this could be the start of chapter 2. Like, it felt like we got to know more about Nia's family, and then we suddenly had a jump talking about Abby. And it's like, what does that have to do with It Takes a Village? Nothing of what you explained about dance has anything to do with It Takes a Village. But, you know, I felt like I got to understand Nia's family more in this chapter. Especially, you know, with her being black, I'm black as well. And I feel like a lot of people just assume that black people live certain lives. And then, like, it's a culture shock. And it's also, like, unfathomable when they realize, like, yes, we can experience the same thing that you experience. I've been to Disneyland. I've been to Disney World. Like, literally, my ears are right here. That one was gonna fall. Like, come on now, babes. Like, I've experienced stuff. The same as people. Some people could probably only have one ear in their room. Some people might not have no ears at all. I have my little wristband. Like, actually, I need to know if I could take this with me. I got a trip I'm going on, and I'm going to Disneyland Paris. So I want to be able to take this. Anyway, like I was saying, like, black people experience shit. Point blank, period. But it was a great introductory to her background and the type of individuals that Nia comes from. Strong, resilient, and a confident ass black family. Period. Chapter 2 talks about Nia and continuing the dance. This is when I was trying to tell you. The second half of chapter 1 should have started here. Okay, this is when she should have introduced the dance. So Nia, when she was a recreational dancer, she only had dance classes on Wednesday. But when she joined the dance company, her dance schedule changed to about 4 days a week. It was supposed to be 3 days, but the fourth day I'm gonna tell y'all later. So Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And Abby had warned Nia and her mom and her family that dance is gonna take over your life. And Holly was like, nah, it ain't gonna be like that. Until it did. See, Nia's schedule would consist of her waiting after school until her granddad would pick her up and take her to dance. And she always looked forward to riding in his big sedan that often smelled like cigarettes. And y'all know what I'm talking about. If you've ever ridden in the car with your grandparents who smoke, you know the smell. They would first stop and get her a cheeseburger meal from McDonald's with ketchup only. So a Happy Meal, a cheeseburger Happy Meal with ketchup only. Choices. No tea, no shade. I was out here, I think I was getting like chicken nuggets, but this ain't about me. Let's get back to Nia. So she would get fries and then a Sprite to drink. Dance would start at 4 o'clock and typically lasted until 8 o'clock. Her mom would try to make it to dance when she could, and this would cause Nia's brothers to go along, which they hated because it meant they had to be at the studio too. But sometimes her dad would pick her up, and her mom would joke that on those nights that he picked her up, it would either be a chicken dinner night or a reception night because her dad worked many events downtown. After joining the competition team, the dance school, the dance studio, its name was changed to the Abby Lee Dance Company. So it was no longer Rain Dance Productions, it was Abby Lee Dance Company. Training was a fundamental aspect of life at the ALDC. And it meant life because the dancers were always there. They never went home. See, Nia took the following classes: tap, ballet, acro, plus technique-focused classes such as jumps and turns, legs and feet, and warm-up. The students also had classes just for combos. So they would learn a minute or so of, maybe a minute to 3 minutes of choreography in various styles: jazz, contemporary, musical theater, or lyrical. And the dancers would often break into different groups and perform these sections. These combo classes weren't for fun. It was a way to improve movement and pick up choreography quickly. And honestly, no tea, I actually like this from Abby. This is actually a smart thing because you can just combine different combos that the kids know, like combo 1, add combo 1 plus combo 3 plus combo 7 plus combo 11, and you have a little dance right there. So it makes a lot more sense. It's kind of lazy, but it's kind of smart at the same time. No tea, no shade. I kind of like it. I ain't gonna front. The competition team was divided into the following age groups: minis, juniors, teens, and seniors. And this is how most dance competitions go anyway. And Nia remembers when she was on the team originally, there was about 15 or 18 girls in her line. So line is like all the girls. You may have seen like a line dance at a competition. It's a big, large group. So they would learn choreography, and they were even required to attend rehearsals on that 4th day, Saturday or even Sundays. Damn, on the rest day? It was important to show up because if you missed the bonus practices, you would often fall behind. And the same rule applied to individual sessions for solos. See, At the ALDC, one-on-one sessions with different teachers were called privates. Families could purchase these sessions to work on anything you need: flexibility, turns, tap, or even solo practice. Nia would often bring a notebook and would write down the steps, because this is 2008. Everybody did not have the money to buy a camera, okay? So they could record, just like modern day devices. And Nia used to laugh because she used to read her mom's notes, and her mom didn't know how to spell any of the French terms. Fouette. She didn't know how to spell that. Dr. Holly, shame on you. I'm kidding. Abby also was weird because she had weird saying for specific dance moves. Like once she called the swastika pose. And something Nia and her mom never really laughed at, and Nia was horrified when she really learned what that word meant. So the fact that Abby was out here calling a dance pose that, questionable. During the dance practice, the routines would have to be perfected just in time for them to compete at 4 to 5 major dance conventions and competitions that took place every year. See, after a short few months of learning solos, duets, trios, group dances, and other routines, the studio would hit the competition circuit, usually after Christmas break. Traditionally, dance competitions normally started started in January. They started at the beginning of the year. Another big dance training was booty camp. And this was Abby's summer intensive. And it was about a 1 to 2 week, maybe 3 weeks, I don't know, intensive course at the ALDC. See, the dancers would always giggle because it was called booty camp because the girls would wear booty shorts. And so they thought it was a nice little play on the name and clever and funny. And I agree. Abby, I don't like her, but I ain't no hating ass bitch. So nothing was actually funny about booty camp. It was a summer camp for dancers where different choreographers would come in and teach various techniques, tricks, combinations, and routines. Abby also loved it because she made lots of money, right? See, and she wasn't shy about it. Because the classes were not just open to her studio students, they were open to the public. So she could bring in money from outside of what she was making at the studio. You could have kids who were dancing up the street at a whole different other studio come to booty camp for the summer and still get dance training. And again, if she had this type of income coming in from booty camp, why were there potholes? And the bugs in the studio. I'm seriously questioning, where did all that money go? Trying to catch up with the Joneses, I see. Nia moves on to cost. And we all know any type of kid activity, especially nowadays, is expensive. I was just having a conversation with someone at work about at home. I think it was at home and work. And we were talking about how kids are being pushed out of youth sports because it costs so much. You have kids who play basketball during the school season. Off season, they're doing youth basketball or they're doing some other sport. So now you're paying even more money. And it's no longer a way where you could have kids who are from, lower impoverished middle income, raise up and do well with going to college for sports. You literally have to invest in your child so they can go at that higher level. And that's crazy to me. So competition dance isn't cheap, okay? It's expensive. The cost of costumes,
Practices, privates, dance clothes, shoes, competition, and travels.
that stuff adds up so quickly, and it's taken on by the dancers' families.
There are also team jackets, sweatsuits, t-shirts, and other accessories that the company dancers would have to buy.
See, things that Abby would go to New York and get on discount, she would charge the families double on. She thought she was slick with that one. One big purchase that the studio would make was Abby's annual dance yearbook. This was her biggest moneymaker. And picture day was even huge because Abby would often have this elaborate schedule where the dancers would rotate in and out, changing into multiple costumes and full hair and makeup. She would control how the dancers posed and how the resulting photos would be purchased or published in the yearbook. If you were part of the company, it was expected that your family would purchase a full page and you were required to buy the book as part of your fee. I'm guessing on top of all the other fees. And Abby claimed that these books would be sent to Broadway scouts and Hollywood execs and agents, which is why she sold them at this astronomical price. It was for exposure, but did y'all see that? So during the holidays, Abby would often gift her dancers different gifts. Most of the times it would be matching bra and panty sets because in her own words, every little girl should have underwear that matches. I know she lying. No. So little girls like Nia and other girls got training bras with matching panties, and Nia didn't really care about things like that, but she did think it was cool that all the girls matched each other because in her mind it made them more like sisters. Go off, Nia. Sisterhood was one of the biggest appeal to dance studios. Nia didn't always have a lot of friends at school. She went to private school. Explains it. So she always looked forward to catching up with her dance mates, and one of her closest friends was Chloe Lukasiak, who lived in the same neighborhood as Nia, so they would often carpool together. So sometimes she would stay late because Chloe was working on dance or something, and they relied on their families helping each other out, something that Nia was very grateful for. Growing up, Nia hated the attention being drawn on her, but when she danced, it was the perfect outlet to show just how outgoing she could be. Just like Beyonce had Sasha Fierce, Nia could go on stage and become a whole different person. And I definitely could relate to this because I did dance my senior year of high school, and it was so fun to go and perform. I had to cheer the 3 previous years, which was so stressful. And then I ended up doing dance, and I was able to use it as an outlet. I also got to dance in front of my crush one time. And I know he was checking me out. I'm just saying, y'all. I know he was checking me out, okay? I just know it. I just knew it. I just knew it. I just knew, okay? I just knew it. He still looks good, though, to this day. I follow him on Instagram. Do I still have a crush on him? No, because he smokes cigarettes, and yeah. I don't know if he still smokes cigarettes now, but he posted a picture of him with cigarettes, and all the attraction, like, don't get me wrong, he still looks good, but all the attraction with, I was like, oh, you smoke cigarettes, your teeth, no, he still looks good, but, You see how I just brought up the fact that that picture of him, that's the only thing that comes to mind. Like, I'll be like, dang, he still looks good. And then it'll be like, he smokes cigarettes. And then it'll be like, yeah, cut it, dead ass. The same would be said during rehearsals. Nia would be nervous, and this would cause her teachers to get frustrated because they knew that when she got on stage, she could perform, but why not in rehearsals? And I understand this mindset because as a teacher myself, a strings teacher, I teach music, my students are often in the classroom very nervous. And then when we get on stage, some of them do well, some of them are still nervous. But it's crazy because I'm always like, make a mistake in the classroom. Like, this is where you can make a mistake and learn from it so you're not making it on stage. And, you know, Nia would often be told, we need more. And Nia felt like she was trying to do it, but it would only appear when she got on stage. And it was in those moments that she knew where she belonged. So after being on the team for about a year, Nia would get the best news possible. Nia, you're doing a solo. Nia had been asking, and finally her time had come. With her private session ready to go, Nia was excited to see what songs she would get. Her peers were getting popular, recognizable songs that were cute and age appropriate. So why wouldn't Nia be the same? Oh, Nia, babes. Oh, Nia. Instead, Nia was giving a song called Natty of the Jungle by Ken Lundquist, a song about a child left behind to be raised by wild monkeys. The lyrics detail a Tarzan-like child in appearance who didn't know how to be civilized, with the chorus containing a slew of monkey sounds. It's like right there! It's like right there! But Nia was excited because Abby had described it as Tarzan-like. Tarzan was cool. It was Disney. Nia loved Disney. However, Dr. Holly was educated. And Dr. Holly realized that smoke was up, jig's up. And Nia could tell how upset her mom was with the first rehearsal, and she just could understand. So later that night when they got home, Holly expressed her concern with Nia's dad about the racial undertone, a concept that Nia had no idea about at the time and didn't think it was a big deal. I mean, the lyrics were funny and the monkey sounds would make people giggle. This was Nia's opportunity, and she wanted to represent the ALDC. Why couldn't her mom see that? Unwilling to break her heart, Nia's parents allowed her to do the dance. Seeing success at the studio was a balance of staying in Abby's good graces to make things easier. Side note, Holly and Evan could have explained to Nia why a dance like this was inappropriate, and they should have been able to express their concerns to Abby as a business owner. The fact that they couldn't is a bit sad, but it's also a little bit sad that this was Nia's first experience to racial undertones, was being given a dance like this. And again, at the same time, I doubt Abby would have been receptive, but you know, it sucks that she would be treating her customers this way and having her customers having to walk on eggshells around her. That's just bad business. So Nia would get another solo number 2, and this solo would be called Satan's Little Lamb by Sam Harris, and it's a jazz song if you don't know. And she was about 8, so she was about 7 when she did Natty of the Jungle, and about 8 here. Once Holly heard the title, she expressed concerns because Nia's family were Black Christians who believed in God and often went to church on Sundays, and this song just did not sit well with her parents and family. And Abby argued, you know, the song was not satanic and that Nia's costume consisted of white pants, a crop top with rows of tassels. Her costume is so cute. Look at her. She looks so cute in this costume, you guys. I love this costume for her. Like, the fact that Nia actually had cute costumes before the show is wild. Because this is a cute solo costume. Once again, Nia's parents allowed her to perform it, and she was happy to do so, even if they weren't 100% okay with the routine. And they started to question if they wanted to keep Nia there, but they agreed they would discuss it more as the year finished. Overall, the routine was really good. This one is really what a lot of people who support Nia in the fandom will bring up as proof that Nia was growing as a dancer before the show. It showcased her flexibility, her acrobatic technique, so much so that Nia was finally on Abby's radar. See, Abby was impressed, and she would give Nia a special part in the group dance called My Hair Looks Fierce, a jazz dance in which Nia would wear an afro wig, which was fitting because all the dancers wore wigs, except most of them didn't wear wigs. And side note, I have a gripe with this dance. My hair looks fierce. Here's why. All the other girls have these cute bumped up hairstyles, curls. Paige has curls. Chloe has like this big like bump ponytail. Maddie has her hair done. All these girls have these cute hairstyles, and Nia's with the afro. And I'm gonna need y'all to understand, this is about 2009-ish, right? 2009, right? If Abby was cultured like she claims she is, she would understand what was happening in the 90s and early 2000s. And that was the black hair expos. People was doing hair. My cousin owns a salon and she still got her books. In 2008, 2009, I remember going to her salon and looking at her books of the different hairstyles that hairstylists were creating. They was eating up. There's no way that Nia couldn't have had a myriad of these hairstyles. Here's just a little taste of what Nia could have had. And it would have looked good because it would have fit her. Sorry, rant over. I just had to pull that out because that pissed me off. I was like, you don't understand. I've seen so many people get their hair done for hair shows. Nia, she could have even asked Holly, like, hey, do you think you could take her to a hairstylist, see what they say, tell them that the dance is called My Hair Looks Fierce, see if they can get me a couple pictures so I can pick and decide. Things like that. And that would be a way for her to get into culture. But again, like I said, Abby's white. She doesn't care. She's this. She don't care. Despite the wig, Nia's energy would shine in the dance, and she was often given other special moments, like in another group dance called Chicks. Nia would start off by hopping and bonk, 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 barking like a bird. And everybody thought it was cute, and everyone loved Nia in the role. Nia felt special getting highlighted in these dances. See, despite not voicing it, Abby did have favorites. Something that wasn't lost on the parents when the kids were never chosen for special numbers or spotlight parts. One day after a typical day, a school day, of getting picked up by her granddad and getting her usual McDonald's, Nia went to dance, but this day wasn't like any of the others. See, both her legs began to hurt. And Nia had sat out for a while, but eventually the discomfort was too much. And understanding that something was wrong and not knowing why, Nia's dad came to pick her up early from dance, which was rare because dancers never really left class unless they were sick or hurt. Her parents would make an appointment for the following morning with her pediatrician, and Nia went to bed, hoping that she could sleep it off. But by morning, there was something severely wrong. See, Nia's legs were stinging and tingling, and it was difficult for her to walk, let alone stand on her legs. Holly had left town for her monthly weekend at the University of Pennsylvania, a requirement for her doctoral program that she'd been working on. So Nia's dad took her to her appointment, carrying Nia out of the house to the car and from the car to the doctor's office. Once the examination was given, the doctor immediately told them to go to the ER, go to the hospital. Nia was afraid because her mom wasn't there. Holly was away. She was surrounded in a hospital waiting room by people who were screaming, crying, or bleeding, making her feel even more nervous about the testing and evaluation that she would undergo. Side note, Nia's a kid. Going to the ER as a kid is always scary. Point blank period. Once notified, Holly flew back immediately, and the doctors would poke and prod, trying to understand the cause of pain, contributing to Nia's fear of needles. With no clear results, the medical staff were just confused. How could a healthy 8-year-old child just stop walking overnight? With various tests coming back negative, Nia was sent home, only to return back. With no answers given, the doctors just assumed that Nia was lying. This made Holly horrified, and the doctors continued, deeming that Nia lied because her mom was working too much and she was trying to get attention. And Holly clapped back. She told the doctors to put this in writing as to why they were refusing to deny her child care. Yeah, I bet you they ain't do that shit. The doctor had been so presumptuous and disrespectful while Nia was in pain, and that's completely unacceptable. Why accuse a child of lying about her pain for attention? Especially since Nia's family knew she wasn't the type of child to make up an injury, especially if it meant she would miss dance. Side note, this is just another example of medical malpractice that African American and Black people face even today when it comes to healthcare and pain management. Often we are told nothing is wrong only to come back and be justified, and sometimes it ends unfortunately. This is something that many Black people experience. So what happened with Nia? See, Nia was diagnosed with reflex neurovascular dystrophy, also known as RND, but now it has commonly been changed to be known as complex regional pain syndrome, CRPS. It's a misunderstood condition in which the synapses in the brain misfire and send pain signals to various areas of the body. See, the body responds and the person feels pain even if they aren't injured. Scientists have equated it to amputation or childbirth. It is often diagnosed through a process of elimination, which can take a long time, and the disorder is rare. Although teenage girls are more predisposed to getting it, which is what Nia found out through her testing. Despite being on the young side of patients diagnosed with the condition, Nia fit the descriptions to a T. Nia's case was very irregular because it was happening on both of her legs at the same time, making the pain more severe and debilitating. The doctors mentioned that her conditions could have worsened due to stress. And Nia is 100% correct that many ailments are usually caused by mental anguish. Last year, I dealt with heart palpitations due to severe anxiety. It was bad. Like, I had to leave work. I had to go to the hospital. It was just horrible. Nia would start outpatient therapy to help keep her muscles from atrophying, except her condition wasn't improving. Rather, it seemed like it was getting worse. Despite all this, Nia in and out of the hospital, her favorite teacher was sad to miss her, and Nia missed out on the last few weeks of school. However, she was able to participate in the moving up day, but she had to use a wheelchair. And something that her peers didn't understand, and they made fun of her, and Nia couldn't understand why they were so cruel. The wheelchair gave her mobility and freedom. What's so funny about that? Nia was very fortunate that Pittsburgh had an in-person treatment center for R&D, as that was rare. The incredible Children's Institute facility included dedicated spaces for a hospital, a school, physical therapy, and other treatment programs for physical and behavioral health. Their R&D program was top tier and highly specialized. Nia had to relinquish her wheelchair as soon as she arrived. Her daily schedule was packed with exercise, both physical and mental. Nia was so grateful for the program and glad that she entered when she did. Despite the painful physical exercises and learning how to reuse her body, the program was interestingly easier on her mental and emotional health. There were no teachers yelling at her or disregarding her work. She felt valued by people who pushed. And side note, Nia was very privileged to get into this program, but also, where was she at that was making her feel like she was not valued? Abby's? I doubt it was at home, so it had to be at the dance studio. At the facility, parents' interactions were limited, but her parents supported her through her entire journey. Nia learned that she was able to do anything if she put her mind to it. She learned about her personal strength and believed this was what prepared her for the hard work and experience on Dance Moms. Questionable. As part of her treatment, Nia had to learn strategies to cope with the pain and to not prevent flare-ups. As a dancer, or if you've ever did dance or any type of gymnastics or cheer, slight pain is with it. You're going to often overuse your muscles, pull muscles. So Nia had to learn to distinguish that from dance pain to mental pain and her anxiety about being hurt. Luckily, with help of physical and the mental techniques that Nia learned, she made progress towards managing her symptoms. Even now, she still has moments after long days or when she's stressed, but it's easier now that she's an adult than when it was as a kid, especially with trying to remember those strategies. Once complete with her program, Nia missed her everyday life, but most of all, she missed dance, and she couldn't wait to get her life back. Once the summer had ended, Nia would return to school and dance in the fall of 2010. She was nervous about how hard it would be to reacclimate back into her routine after being away for months. How much did she miss? As it turns out, Nia's dance group had slowly diminished. Remember how I said it was about 15 to 18 girls? Yeah, it was now 5. Consisting of the following: Maddie Ziegler, Paige Hyland, the younger sister of Brooke Hyland, who Nia admired so much, Chloe Lukasiak, Nia, and a new girl named Kennedy Trent, another black dancer. Nia was confused. Where's everybody at? Nia had heard some dancers left the studio and some dancers stopped dancing. Now I want you to think about the time period. This is 2010. What recently just happened about a year and a half ago? The market crash. A lot of people couldn't afford dance anymore. And although confused, Nia tried not to let the change make her lose focus, and she was intended on getting some sense of normal and being back with her friends. Except things weren't normal. Nia felt like she was behind and that she was backed into a corner. See, her dance technique had regressed during her absence and recovery. While her peers had grown in advance, Nia felt as if she was playing a cruel game of catch-up, and there was a lot to be learned. Over the summer, many of her peers had learned how to do their aerials, or their side aerials, and turns, and because many of the girls were righties, their good sides, the choreography was often catered to their strengths. Even though Nia was right-handed, similar to me, I'm ambidextrous, I can write with both, but I favor my right, many of her tricks were actually stronger on her left side. Same, Nia, I'm a lefty too, I tumble left too. Isn't that weird? And that's crazy because I often favored my left with tumbling and my cheer jumps. Like my left hurler was always better than my right hurler. That's just what it was. I don't know. That's just what it was. But Nia also no longer had Abby's attention, and the show would portray her R&B as something that came and went, not an aspect of Nia's life that she would have to live with and manage. And this sucks because many people deal with chronic illnesses that they have to live with and manage, and this could have shed some light on the disorder that many people experience. Nia would also receive her first solo back, which was to the Shakira song Waka Waka. It was fun and an upbeat jazz routine that Nia loved. Nia got a costume with a ton of rhinestones and got to do a lot of tumbling in it, and having this solo seemed to help Nia feel like she was coming back to where she left off. However, it seemed when Abby would hear this song or hear anything African, she would think of Nia. Bitch, bye. So time would fly, and soon the new year of 2011 would come around. And Nia would be surprised to find the studio covered in flyers announcing a production company was coming to the studio. They wanted to do interviews with the dancers and their moms for a potential documentary called Just Dance. That's the T, we all know it was going to be called Just Dance. Nia remembers submitting a tape of themselves dancing, and if selected, the dancer and mother would return for an in-person interview with the producers. Nia was so excited, and it sounded like an amazing opportunity. Her parents weren't quite sure because this sort of thing just didn't happen in Pittsburgh, and they didn't think it was legitimate and kind of thought it was a scam. But soon her family would learn the reason behind the show. Abby had been complaining about the moms to her friend named John Corella, who knew a producer named Brian Stinson. John would gossip with Brian about Abby gossiping about the moms, and so they created a show, a concept. Nia's parents, after doing some questioning, would allow her to audition, and it took a while to find time for Holly and her to do the interview together, but they would, and they would be asked different questions. with Stinson trying to get out as much as he could. He enjoyed hearing about Nia's fixation on winning a crown and wanted to get a deeper aspect of Holly's relationship with the moms. With a question about Abby, Holly mentioned in an offhanded comment that, Abby had this thing with typecasting. While in the car, Abby made sure to let Nia know that if they don't get picked, to not be sad. They might be looking at other studios too, but boy, were they in for a treat. While eating one night, particularly Hamburger Helper, if you know, you know, Nia's family would get the call that changed her life. They were selected for the documentary, which would be called Just Dance. Dance Moms. Nia and Holly were both shocked and expressed how unreal this was. But to Nia, that Hamburger Helper that night tasted a little extra good. Let's get to my overall thoughts. This chapter, like I said, should have included the first chapter, chapter 1, or the second half of chapter 1, because it definitely focused on Nia's dance experience. And Nia discussing her R&D and CRPS is very emotional to me. I'm trying not to choke up. I have a cousin who's 2.5 months older than me, and we are literally like sisters. Here's a picture of us. This is me. I've been house sitting for her since like December. I house sat in December, and then I recently just spent some time with her. We got our nails done and our toes done. And my cousin is literally like my best friend, like my sister. Like we could go weeks, months without talking, but once we see each other, it's like, girl, bye. We're more than cousins. Like we were just, because we're so close in age, and my dad and her mom are siblings, like that's just what it was. I've gone on trips with her. I'm actually going on a cruise in December with her. And so my aunt and my uncle, my aunt has her son, and then when she married my uncle, they had my older cousin Trevon and my cousin Tamia. They would have a house fire, and Trevon would pass away, which is why they go on cruises every December to celebrate his birthday. And in that fire, my cousin would burn her feet, and she would be in a wheelchair. And Nia's story, I relate to it so much because I know what her family went through to watch a loved one and wonder if they're ever gonna walk again. And I remember the first time seeing my cousin in a wheelchair. Like I still remember that day and being like, okay, she's in a wheelchair, like she's still gonna walk, she's still gonna play with us. And I remember like just being at my great grandmother's house with her and just wondering like, oh my god, is she still gonna hang out with us? Is she still gonna play with us? And she did. She was just in a wheelchair. Nothing changed. Nothing was different. She was still Nana. She was still my cousin. And when I was house sitting in December, she would actually, this past December 2025, she would tell me, she was like, actually, it was you all. She was like, you all inspired me to get better. She's like, if I honestly did not have you guys around me, running around, playing, joining me, I don't think I would have been able to walk again. And so I bring this up because I hate that there's people in the fandom that downplay Nia's experience not being able to walk. And many of the time, these people have never seen it. They've never had a loved one. They've never had someone close to them experience being in a wheelchair and not being able to walk. So it's easy for them to say, oh, well, she walks now, but they don't understand the hard work, the physical therapy. Like my cousin still has the burns on her feet. Her feet are still sensitive. Like I used to tickle her feet and she used to get upset. I know that sounds very mean, but it's little things like that that piss me off when the fandom is like, well, it's not a big deal. Like Nia had to relearn how to walk, and she still had to maintain this condition where her body just sends signals in pain. So Nia already has things against her, but she's fighting hard to still do her best. So her not being this quote unquote amazing dancer that everybody wants her to be, I'm like, she was in a wheelchair. She had to relearn how to walk. If that's not strength, I don't know what is. There are grown adults, Abby, who asses still can't walk. Side note, that's karma. The way that karma, her being in a wheelchair, I 100% believe is karma. And I find it ironic that Nia was in a wheelchair and learned how to walk, and now you have Abby who's in a wheelchair barely walking. What's tea with that? And Nia did it in a couple months, mind you that. Not years, months. Clock that tea. I just wanted to mention that story because that's why Nia's condition and her experience was personal to me, and why I have the utmost respect to Nia and her family, because I know exactly what it's like to have a family member go through that. Trying not to cry, you guys. I'm just trying so hard. But let's just continue. So I definitely enjoyed hearing and reading how Nia felt about dance, what her parents felt, and their willingness to, at times put up with the inappropriate things for their daughter. However, it's a little concerning that they couldn't express their concerns to Abby, and it's just plain bad business. And I understand wanting to make your child happy, but at what cost and at what point do you actually put your foot down and say, you know what, Nia, we're gonna find a different studio that's going to support you and push you as a dancer. Nia explaining how the show kind of got the ball rolling lines up with everything that we've heard, from Back to the Bar with Christy and Kelly, to Abby, to Brian Stinson, to other people, because it was supposed to start off as a documentary called Just Dance, and they were supposed to go to multiple studios and then have a big competition at the end to find out who was the best studio. Evidently, we didn't get that. We got Dance Moms. And overall, like I said, this chapter really highlighted the life at the ALDC, consisting of culture and identity. And no tea, no shade, I would never put my child at the ALDC. Like, the way that studio is and how it was, hell, my mom would never put me there. I could beg and everything, and my mom would be like, no, we're leaving. This isn't up to standard for us. And again, it's lined up with what Christy and Kelly have expressed about, the studio losing members at this time, and I kind of wonder why. Chapter 3 opens up with Nia describing the contract. See, the first contract that they signed for Lifetime's Just Dance, aka eventually known as Dance Moms, was a 6-week contract between the season 1 moms and girls. So Melissa, Maddie and Mackenzie, Christy and Chloe, Kelly, Brooke and Paige, Kathy and Vivienne, and obviously Holly and Nia. While the original agreement was a short period, there was a clause to extend it to 7 seasons. And this is a little wild because it shows how predatory the production company was. Nia explains that their attorney did look over the contract and warned them that this was a bad contract because there was no clause to protect the talent. And the cast would have no rights to the content, no say in how the content would be used, and they were paid on a joint salary between both the girls and moms of $1,000 a week, give or take, minus taxes, so about $700-800. So the moms all went over the contract, realizing it was the same for them, and while Nia's parents did their best to try and explain the contract, Nia only had one thing on her mind. She wanted to be a star, and she wanted to be on TV. Now, her parents did warn that if she did this, she would have to honor the commitment, and I get that, because my mom did the same thing with me. Don't start nothing and don't finish it. However, I'm just noting that they had an attorney look over the contract, so they knew the contract was bullshit. Production would come to the studio and they would film each day the rehearsals. And this caused Nia's family to have to renegotiate their schedules since filming would start immediately after school for the day. At the start of the show, they came up with this inception of this ranking system known as the chalkboard, which will later become the pyramid. It was a chalkboard and then it was a pyramid. A system which Abby would rank the girls on dance ability, their behavior, and lastly, the drama, the moms' behavior. Pyramid was also a way for Abby and the production team to create the storylines and narratives that they wanted to use about the cast, both negative and positive. The pyramid was also a visual representation of popularity and social capital, conveying even more at times than Abby's words. See, in the beginning, it seemed like fun when they were filming, but eventually there was a culture shift as the seasons progressed. Dancing at the ALDC was no longer a place where dancers could express themselves. It became serious and grueling with each season. The dancers were criticized on how they looked, acted, and danced. It was like having a microscope zoomed in on every aspect of your life. And there was no way to change it or explain what people saw. And eventually, Nia's light began to dim. So, Pyramid. Originally, pyramids were filmed on Tuesdays because they would have that Monday off. But then it would eventually go to Wednesdays. That was because they would film Wednesday through Friday, like the different dances. But it got changed to Wednesdays in the later seasons, I'm just letting y'all know. But Fridays were travel days, and these were tiresome and long. And instead of attending classes, the cast would meet at the studio, load the gear, and head to wherever the next competition was going to be held at. They would go straight to the hotel, the next day was competition, no pause or break in between. Nia would miss out on birthdays, family gatherings, but the trade-off was the fun of the dance competition. And she had deemed it worth it. I question that. And another thing to note, that when Dance Moms first started filming, they were filming in the summer. So it was like end of the school year summer, that very first season. And when they did season 2, it was a few months later at the beginning of the school year. So competitions that they were doing in the first season were pretty legit. And they had the time to actually have the girls be at the studio more often. Later on seasons, you heard Abby would complain about, oh, all the girls aren't here for dance. And it's like, well, they have school. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Along with Dance Moms, traveling was a big component to it. The casts were traveling all over the country. The girls spent their time doing schoolwork, making jewelry, or even watching movies. Nia at oftentimes found herself sitting next to Kenzie because they were both overlooked by the other girls, and they would just be paired by default, especially with duets because they both did acro. Nia describes how sometimes she would sit her bag down on a space for them, only to have the bag moved, or how she had got a Louis Vuitton tote bag and found the straps broke. I've had that experience before. Now granted, it was not like a Louis Vuitton bag, but I had this like princess soccer bag. I was in 6th grade soccer, and my mom, it was just a bag for me to put like my shoes, my sports stuff. And some of the girls on the 7th, 8th grade team colored on one of the straps. Like they just took a marker and colored on my bag. And it really made me mad. And then afterwards, I was very careful where and how I placed my stuff, because I was like, why would you put your hands on somebody's stuff that doesn't belong to you? And I knew the girls who did it too. I knew the girls who did it because they stared at me afterwards. It's like, you couldn't even make it seem like you didn't do it, you know, but that's something that I don't think kids have to worry about, is people ruining their stuff. Now, despite the downsides, Nia and Kenzie did build quite a friendship because they had so much in common. And Nia enjoyed being a kid like Kenzie. You know, many of the other girls wanted to be older and be like Brooke. And Nia, you know, described, you know, she still wanted to watch cartoons and, you know, have her stuffed animals occasionally. And, you know, instead of being like Brooke. And sadly, I feel like, you know, as an eldest child, that sometimes we often get parentified and we get adultified earlier than younger siblings. Nia is the middle child of her family, so her brother was probably a bit more mature and can handle things, just like Brooke was the oldest, Chloe is the oldest, and Maddie is the oldest. So those are differences that I've just noticed when it comes to where you're born with your parents. Even I remember being as a kid, like there were some things that I would do with my stepsisters, but then I would still be a kid. Nia would often have her feelings hurt because the girls would click up or just decide not to sit with her. And you know, dance had been the one place she thought she fit in, but because of the show and being placed at the bottom of the pyramid, it felt like the view of Nia was impacting more than just her professional opportunities, but her social capital too, which is crazy because don't stick to the status quo. Like personally to me, I don't care. You like me, you like me. You don't like me, you don't like me. I can't change me to make me better for somebody else. If I'm not somebody's cup of tea, that's fine. It is what it is. You just got to be able to walk in your confidence. Nia describes how the dance competitions were real and not fake. And here's some real tea for y'all. See, the competitions were manufactured, okay? Meaning that the dancers were judged on Dance Moms by real judges. So it is a yes and no answer. Are the competitions like real dance competitions, like conventions? No. Do they get judged? Yes. Because if you look at real competitions and conventions, they typically last over 10 hours and there's multiple studios. And again, the show couldn't film for that long without breaking labor laws. That's the real tea. And so they would have these some legit, some questionable competitions host dances, and they'd invite dancers and they would have them sign clauses and all this stuff to compete, which is why you didn't see a lot of studios at the end. And that's how the Dance Moms competitions work. You can go watch this Max Z Boss video and she like details all of that, just so you all know. So Nia breaks down a typical normal dance competition schedule, meaning like somebody would have a solo in the morning at 8, there'll be a group at 12, another group duet or trio in the afternoon, awards in the evening. But production had a problem. Like I said, they can't film 24/7, so they manufacture competitions that fit their schedules and the show's production schedule as well. So on the show, the dancers actually perform their routines twice. One for judging and the other for camera angles. And I think this is information that most fans already knew, so there's no difference. And Typically, the second performance was to catch oopsies or catch mistakes, or, have, extra footage so they can slice and dice everything together. Production used whatever they felt fit their needs. So because of the competition, the Dance Moms cast and other studios would have to have private dressing rooms because fans and other people were just coming in to see the girls, the moms, and production even had to be careful because they had so many quick costume changes. And it was weird because most of the production team, camera crew, lighting, sound were grown men. So, Nia clocks that, it was weird for grown men to be in a room with a bunch of girls changing. Clock that T. But because of these factors, major dance competitions actually refused to have the ALDC perform, and Collins Avenue, which they were sometimes registered underneath as, at their competitions, because in season 1, Maddie and Chloe were actually not in the same category. Chloe was in junior, Maddie was in mini. Maddie won her category, and then she also won her title. Chloe won her age group but did not win a title, but they made it seem like Chloe lost to Maddie even though they were in 2 separate different age groups. So Nia also continues and details the busy schedule and how there was a clear separation between filming and studio life along with school life. Once the cameras turned off, the girls went back to their normal schedule, with viewers wondering how this impacted. And this is actually still being studied. The impact of reality TV on young children and the environment. We've seen it with the Gosling children from John and Kate Plus 8. I believe it's Colin and Hannah. Hannah and Colin did a reality show documentary with their dad, and they talked about filming and how that affected their lives. And the dancers on the show felt even more pressure, but Nia stated that it kept her focused and built up a determination and strong work ethic. Sure sis. So despite the intense routine, the OG members didn't really receive any special treatment at the ALDC because they were on the show. If anything, they were constantly reminded of just how grateful they should be. To Abby, from Abby. Nia describes the start of the show and how it blended the studio life at the ALDC, and I think she was very respectful in detailing what she could without trying to make anybody look like the bad guy or the good guy. She took a very neutral stance. However, I will not have that luxury, okay? And this is just my opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. The production company gave the moms a pretty predatory contract and rushed them into signing with this promise of a documentary, only to turn around and flip it and reverse it once they realized how popular the show got. Production used tactics to try and film at various competitions. Like I said, they'll sometimes register them as ALDC or register them under Collins Avenue, resulting in the ALDC being banned from real legitimate dance competitions. And the girls were not a team, and they had no team bonding exercises that could instill inclusivity between the members. And I blame the moms for this. Despite all the girls being at the studio, they should have made some time for the girls to have a real team bonding. Abby's studio culture was not one to build up everybody. It was a studio culture of only the best will rise, and those who just don't are left behind. So it makes sense that we didn't get that from that, which is sad. Competition dance is not all the glitz and glamour it's made out to be. It is, and those aspects Nia loved. Nia loved every part, from learning to do her own makeup, her hair, and of course, dressing in the beautiful costumes. However, Nia didn't really get that many costumes. Her costumes weren't beautiful, and they often hid aspects of her body that she was not in control of, particularly her thighs and her feet. Abby had made it clear that those parts needed to be hidden. And Abby is one of those type of people where she will choreograph and hide dancers' parts instead of actually working with them to make those parts more stronger and make them stand out. She's a lazy teacher. The blatant outlook and judgment often left Nia wondering when she would get a pretty costume or have a gorgeous piece that would make her look beautiful on stage. Bringing us to hair. See, hair was a big thing that Nia struggled with. And if you know, you know. If you are a black girl with textured hair, you know. Holly did not know how to do hair. Okay, Holly probably knew how to flat iron her hair. She may have knew how to put a little wrap on.
that's about it.
Holly gives that she just goes to the salon, gets her hair done, and that's it. That's all, period. So Nia had to learn how to do her own hair and makeup. And in the beginning, it wasn't good, but she eventually got better and better at it. Unfortunately, hair and makeup seemed to be a big issue for Abby because Abby wanted uniformity. Rather, in my opinion, Abby just didn't want to put in the time and effort to finding shades that would fit Nia. Like, she'd want a specific red lipstick, and this lipstick would look different on like Chloe versus Nia, instead of her actually researching and being like, okay, Chloe can use a number 4 lipstick and Nia might need to use a number 2 lipstick, because then those shades will even out and they'll look uniform. But she didn't do the work, she was lazy, it was possible. And Nia's skin tone also caused an issue because she didn't blend in. You know, Nia's hair texture was different. Nia's overall well-being was so different, and according to Abby, Nia made the group less uniform. And again, Abby was lazy, and I'm gonna bring this up because if she wanted a uniform, she could have had it. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I don't know if you've ever seen the Rockettes. The Rockettes are not all the same height. They are not all the same weight. But if you've seen a performance by the Rockettes, you would go, dang, they're so uniform. Their costumes are tailored to their bodies. And because their costumes are tailored to their bodies, their makeup is the right shade, their lipstick is the right tone for their skin tone, they look uniform.
How do you design 36 individual ladies to look unison as one? Each dress is custom created for each dancer. One thing that I learned when you're working with the Rockettes is one phrase that I was told is like, you can fix one, you can't fix 80.
And this is the same Abby who said her dancers can be Rockettes. So if the Rockettes can do it, Abby Lee Miller should be able to do it. Anybody should be able to make their dance students look uniform without everybody using the same thing. And that's where you get into the whole equitable thing, because Abby was not being equitable. She was trying to be quality. She was trying to have a quality even though it wasn't equal or equitable at that time. Nia also details how in season 2 she had got braids. She had got a protective style. This is the first and only last time we saw her wear them on Dance Moms. I swear to God, I remember it was so cute on her. And Abby was complaining because Nia had put them in like these weird twists. And I get it. I think Nia should just put them in 2 little ponytails in the back, or she could have did 2 little ponytails, made 2 little buns. Nia just put them up. And I don't know if Nia did it, if Holly did it, but somebody just didn't put her hair in. They could have just put it in 2 pigtails. Abby complained and said it looked like it was logs and worms coming out of her hair. And Abby had even questioned Nia at one point, don't you wish you had white girl hair? This racist ass bitch, y'all. Big back, just a big back. Anyway, and Nia's hair would actually take on so much strain that it would be damaged. And fans, black fans would call that out. She did a hair video and people were like, girl, your hair is damaged, sis. What's tea? What happened? But people didn't realize that everything that Abby was trying to have Nia do and deem, you know, uniform with her dancers was affecting Nia's hair. See, ton of materials are being used, products, and many of them probably just were not good for Nia's hair. You know, at that time in the early 2000s, we did not have good black hair care. Some of y'all, it's 2026, y'all gonna be like, oh, we have all these black owned names, Baskin Lather, The Doe, we have all these different brands. Cardi B's brand that just came out, Beyonce, Rihanna, we didn't have that. We didn't have that in the 2000s. If you wanted your hair to be done, you had to go to the hair salon. You had to have the hair salon. You had to have the hairstylist do your hair and tell you your hair was healthy. That's what we had, okay? That's literally what we had. And Abby and Gianna and many of the moms and other girls did not, and they could not understand how difficult it was for Nia to try and achieve something that for them would take less time, but for Nia, it would take more time. You know, how much product she had to use, how much it cost to buy that product, and whether that product would actually work on her hair or not. And a wash and go just wouldn't, you know, a wash and go for the other girls is not the same wash and go for Nia. It's completely different. And Nia would often try and get ahead of the hairstyles for the week, you know, asking Abby, only to be met with, don't worry about it at the time. Which again, I find very hypocritical of Abby, because Abby would complain to the moms like, let your child advocate for themselves. Let them speak out for themselves. So when Nia was advocating for herself, like, hey, Miss Abby, do you and Gianna know what type of hairstyle we're gonna do this week? I just want to get on top of it so I can have my hair, you know, with what you want. then you got upset. Make that make sense. Hypocrisy at its best. And Nia explained that many of the girls would be excited about these different hairstyles that they can do, but they would be let down once they realized Nia couldn't do it. And again, I definitely think Nia, some of the hairstyles definitely could have been achieved, but I just think the cast and production just didn't have someone who understood Nia's hair type and pattern to work with her in a way that would keep her natural hair healthy and maintain her hair health in the best way possible. Because we've seen black hairstyles, you know, there's black ballroom dancers that get their hair done and they have healthy hair. There's people that do get their hair done that have healthy hair. And, you know, personally for me, I think Nia probably would have needed, like, I know Nia ended up getting like sew-ins and things like that later on for the show, which could have helped, but even a sew-in isn't a 100% perfect protective hairstyle. Nowadays, it would definitely be a wig, but, you know, we're not putting wigs on kids. That's weird. Some of y'all do that, that's weird. But Nia remembers, you know, the moms having to use zip ties to like secure their costumes and hair and headpieces. And I'm just like, zip ties in your hair, and especially textured hair. So Nia had a lot of breakage off from it. And, you know, Nia remembered how she had this beautiful dance, and while she performed, the headpiece wasn't secure and it ended up falling. Christy did sew it in. But again, Christy doesn't know anything about black textured hair. She probably sewed it in like how she thought, you know, Chloe's sewing in a headpiece on Chloe would be. And it had to be entirely different for Nia just because of the texture in her hair. Not saying texture is that thing, but just because her hair is a different texture than Chloe. And the headpiece would drop and fall in the back, and Nia was so upset with herself. And, you know, she was thinking it was the end of the world. Nothing would help maintain headpieces, and it just wasn't enough. And honestly, I think they should have had like a headband and then sewn the headband, like a tight headband, and sewn the headpiece into the headband. That would have made much more sense. So you all know what a vanity is. It's the beautiful thing that girls get, and they love them. They love vanities. They love that. So production had bought the girls vanities, and Nia was so excited, and she was, you know, it was cool. The girls loved it. However, Abby did not like this. She was throwing a tantrum like the big ass baby she is. And honestly, you know, Abby was just jealous of the treatment that they would receive from the fans, the moms, and even production. And it was definitely giving only child syndrome. Abby is an only child, so it shows. Nia also goes over some details like having to dye her shoes or use foundation to make her tights and light color shoes match her skin tone. And this only amplified when Abby continued to disparage Nia about her bad feet. This was something that took many dancers, you know, years and decades to train their feet, but Abby's criticism made it seem like Nia was just a poor dancer or a bad dancer because of her feet. Now, Abby in some weird way believed that all black people were just physically predisposed to have flat feet. I don't know about y'all, but that's a lie. I have really arched feet, I like to think. And many people of various races, ethnicities, and cultural backgrounds have flat or arched feet. Arched feet is just an evolutional thing that changed because people were walking more and it's more supported than flat feet. I myself have arched feet, like I just said. But my mom's sister, my aunt, does not. She has flat feet. My mom has arched feet. My dad has arched feet. So I don't know where Abby was getting her info from, but you might want to check on that, sis, because not all black people have flat feet. Just like not all white people have flat feet. Not all Hispanics have flat feet. Not all Asians, not all Native Americans, not all ethnic, cultural, and racial backgrounds all have one feature to them. Let's clock that T. Abby would often criticize not just Nia, but the other dancers as well. With Nia, it was her thighs, her butt, and even her muscular legs. Which is funny because Abby is one to talk. Big back. She would call Nia fat, pointing out her big hips and thighs, her words being broadcast all over the world. Again, the pot calling the kettle black. And this would go on, and at one point, Abby talked about the size of Nia's thighs, trying to seem like Nia wasn't working hard enough. I think it was in season 5, she was like, season 6. And she was like, I can tell by the size of the thigh, botmonting in the air. So botmont is when you like, your leg goes up, something like that. I'm not a dancer, so I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I believe about, you know, the dancers stretch their one leg out and the other goes up. I can tell by the size of the thigh, the botmont. That was her trying to be funny and say that Nia's legs looked thick. And Holly would call her out, and she's like, Nia just went to a ballet intensive with Debbie Allen featuring Misty Copeland and complex contemporary ballet. But again, Abby's words went over that. And if y'all didn't hear that in that scene, that just shows that you listened to Abby's words and you didn't even hear Holly just say she was just working her butt off at an intensive. Where were the rest of the girls? Right. But Nia was not in the room when this scene happened, and so she didn't see it. So she was confused when people were supporting her and came out in defense of her. And you know, it's horrifying to know that there was a giant white whale discussing her teenage body, going through puberty, and production had decided to show that. And the giant white whale is Abby Lee Miller. Abigail Lee Miller. Sorry, government name. Dancers often have body dysmorphia. That's just the thing. That's how dance, you know, traditionally has worked. It has been changing differently. There's been more classes on how to eat, how to better have the nutrients in your body, how to take care of your body to the best of your ability. There's still this myth that you have to be skinny to be a dancer. And Nia details how dancers are often held and often hold themselves to strict standards. What Nia saw was her body consisted of hips, butt, breasts, and no matter how hard she worked or trained, her body was the way it is, causing a contention between herself and what she wanted to achieve in dance. Many of the girls got costumes, and these costumes did not come from a catalog, rather from a department store. And this was from Abby's mouth herself. She said she would have to go to like JCPenney and Macy's and buy stuff. But the cast would often embellish these costumes with overpriced items that Abby sold that, you know, she got for deep cheap in New York. And sometimes lingerie was used as a costume, and handmade costumes were rare but not uncalled for. Abby would often put Nia in yellow because, in her words, black people look good in yellow. Nia's favorite color was pink.
I don't like pink.
Again, Abby with her racist assumptions, like, not all black people look good in yellow, okay? Let me just tell you, black people have undertones like everybody else. There are black people who have cool undertones, black people who have yellow olive undertones, black people who have warm undertones. I myself is olivey warm, but it depends on the season. In the summer, I look good in yellow. In the winter, I can do more greenish colors, right? So it just depends on your undertone. And the fact that she thinks all black people look good in purple and yellow is wild. But Nia would feel anxiety about the costumes as they would never truly know what they would be wearing until the day came, sadly. And overall, this was a pretty quick chapter to discuss what the dressing room was like. And I appreciate Nia detailing her experiences because her experience is real and it's authentic. Nia's hair and her background not being taken into account, like I've said, just shows how ignorant and racist Abby was. How hard would it be to find a similar match that would allow Nia to look similar but not quite identical? It would look uniform. Abby was looking for uniformity, and she would not allow any equity, even if that would achieve her uniformity look. And again, like I said, the Rockettes do it. I literally, here's a thumbnail of the video I watched where they detailed the costumes of the Rockettes. And they had two Rockettes, a white Rockette and a black Rockette, who both were not the same height, they were not the exact same build, but their costumes were tailored to their bodies so well that it looks uniform on stage. So Abby, she could have done it. She was just lazy. And you know, Nia having to explain the many different notions that people have about black people is wild, and it just shows, you know, Abby really didn't know anything of what she was talking about, and the fans really don't, because they even continue this rhetoric to this day, and they're like, well, I don't understand it. Well, if you don't understand it, research it. Ask somebody. It's not hard. I promise you it's not. We've already talked about the pyramid, but pyramid was worst for the Dance Moms cast because Abby would criticize not just their dancing, but she would also throw personal attacks on the girls and their moms. See, pyramid, which would be filmed traditionally on Tuesday, but eventually turned to Wednesday, would last 3+ hours with Abby discussing their flaws. And again, it's hypocritical because it's like, you want to talk about their flaws, but take a look in the mirror, big back. The moms would argue in the beginning and not go against Abby, as that would put a target on their backs and their daughters. And production was also in Abby's line of fire as well. She would often fight about the themes and influences over the dances and who would get to be in said dances. After a while, Pyramid just became the Maddie show, as she was highlighted and was always on top. Speaking of Maddie, Nia describes Maddie as an incredible dancer, but she was Abby's favorite. While she was a hard worker, she did have an advantage over the cast that all the other girls didn't have. Maddie became homeschooled along with Mackenzie. See, Maddie was able to learn choreography before the rest of the girls off camera, and this would cause Abby to continue the narrative that Maddie was so good she could just learn the choreography and perform it. When in actuality, Maddie pre-learned the choreography, and Abby would spend the rest of the time criticizing the girls who were just now learning it. Now, I want to preference that this is all true. Melissa has for years tried to deny this. The other moms don't really talk about it. Abby has came out of her own mouth and said Maddie was having extra privates. She would come in before school. She would be taken out of school. She'll be brought back to school and she'll come back at the end of the day. This is just the tea. So she had extra time. And Nia often wondered after leaving the show if the show was really only there to make Maddie a star. The answer is yes, because Abby confirmed it out of her own mouth. Point blank period. When they went to LA, Nia remembers how she was forced to see the perception that the show created about her being a bad dancer when Maddie and Bryn got to pick a trio, and neither of them chose Nia. Bryn chose Kalani and Kenzie because they were all good at acro, and Maddie chose Kendall and JoJo because they all could turn. And it was really hard for Nia because she just didn't understand it. But this is also where I'm gonna take a side note and tell y'all where this chapter gets weird, because Nia starts jumping back and forth with timeline, and I'm surprised nobody put this in chronological order. So we jumped to season 3. So we were just in season 6. Now we're in season 3. And Nia remembers when she started to really feel the heat of her placement at the bottom of the pyramid. She was giving a duet with another member called Kendall, a season 2 replacement, somewhat of an OG, not really. And Kendall had rolled her eyes when she found out that she was paired with Nia for a duet, and that hurt Nia's feelings. And I can get that, because it's like, dang, do you not want to dance with me? Like, let's see, dang. In my opinion, in that moment, I don't know why Jill and Kendall couldn't look at this as a moment for Kendall to be a leader, because Kendall was great at turning. Kendall's turns, she turned like a top. That would have been a great opportunity to have her be like, oh, hey Nia, why don't we work on turns, and I can show you what I do to work on my turns, and then you can see if that can help your turns. And that would have really, given Kendall that leadership opportunity and opened the doors for all the girls to have leadership opportunities to learn from one another. But Kendall and Jill saw this as a downgrade because of what Abby created in their minds and the audience about Nia as a dancer. And Nia describes how she would often place top 5, but for Abby that wasn't good enough. Second is the first to lose. Personally, for me, competitions, like I said, my students got a Division 1. Hold up, it's going. But even if my students wouldn't have gotten, even if they got a 2, I still would have been proud of my students. I would have clap for them, because my students work very hard, and I always tell my students that I always want to see growth and improvement. Winning is great, but what did you learn? What did you grow? What can we improve on? We just did our concert, and I asked my 7th graders what's something that we can improve on, and all of them said dynamics, and I said I agree. They had no dynamics during the concert. Even though right before they went on, I was like, remember guys, dynamics. It went out of their heads. Shouldn't have said it. So Nia acknowledges that in a healthy environment, like I just said, any placement would be seen as both a success and an opportunity for growth and improvement. Yet Abby saw this as a failure. And I wonder if Abby was projecting in these moments. Rehearsals should have been the place where students make the most mistakes. And I agree with that. Allowing kids to grow and learn. But sadly, at the ALDC, it was a place to put dancers' flaws on display and ridicule them for the world to see. Nia recognized that as she got older, it wasn't her who was at the bottom of the pyramid, but rather the creation that Abby and the production team made about her character on the show. Abby would claim, nobody would know Nia's name if it wasn't for her. Even worse, she said on national television, Nia's 12. She can have kids. She can get married in some countries. A blatant racist an inappropriate suggestion that made it seem like Nia, in her own words, would fall into the stereotypical young black teenage mom trope. Not to mention that in some places in Africa, there are 12-year-olds who are forced to get married. Many of these girls don't have access to adequate healthcare products, and they're forced to get married and engaged to older men. These are actual life things that are happening, and the fact that Abby would even insinuate that Nia is old enough to do those things, as if those girls have choices in those matters. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. However, Nia would perform her Goodbye Maya solo, so now we are in season 4. Like I told you, she was jumping all over the place. Choreographed by James, who was a choreographer at the ALDC, and she would win. And actually, it was great because it happened on her 13th birthday. Period. And it was the best present ever. So overall, Nia discusses how the pyramid played into the perception that the audience and fans would have of her. And these still ring true to this day. You can still hear and see fans online, on Reddit, discussing negative perceptions of Nia without taking into account all who played that role. Like recently, somebody was talking about, they did a slideshow of the things that, Paige had things that she could work on, and then Nia. And you could see in the comments, people are like, we get it, she was in a wheelchair, oh well. Oh, her technique was bad. Mind you, this person spelled technique Teknik. Do you not know how to spell? It's wild because they'll still say, well, Nia wasn't a good dancer, and if Nia didn't like Abby, why did she stay at the studio? And if that's the case, why did all the girls stay at the studio? Let's start there. Let's not pull out one person, let's pull out all the girls. Why did anybody stay at Abby's studio? Why does anybody still take dance classes from Abby? Right, because they all want fame. They all want their name attached to her. Point blank, period. Any press is good press. And I 100% believe if Abby claimed that she could make stars, why couldn't she make every single one of her dancers a star? And the only answer is she wanted money from them. That's it, that's all. She knew that many of the moms would never have it that way, which is why she pushed certain narratives until she almost fell out with almost all of the original dancers, minus Vivienne. Shout out to Miss Vivienne, because I recently just found out Miss Vivienne is the L in the LGBTQIA plus community. I was like, Vivi?
Yeah, I cut my finger on my mom's wing. I hope I can still dance. I don't like pink.
Shout out to Miss Vivienne, period, yes. Nia's experience is just one of many that black girls and women as myself face when it comes to discrimination in our field. I'm in the field of music education, particularly string orchestra strings, and I often feel outside of my field, even amongst other people of color. At times, it could really feel like you're by yourself. Luckily, I'm part of a fellowship. Shout out to the Phase Fellowship. Love them. And it's been amazing, and it's really boosted my confidence. They've allowed me to connect with other diverse musicians and teachers on a deeper level than just playing our instruments. And it really is, you really need those communities to thrive when you are a minority in an area. Working on reality television ages a person because kids don't think about things. Certain things become the norm. Your parents and other adults aren't the only ones bossing you around. Instead, you have a multitude of camera crew following you around, bossing you around, and everything that you say and do will be used against you in a court of law. No control over how they edit it or what they may use, and you sometimes have to be cautious of your words, actions, and emotions all the time. Sadly, this is the opposite of what these girls should have been doing. Their raw feelings and emotions should have been used to help them through things, not used for entertainment for the world to watch. Nia was very cautious with her words and behaviors. Her reasoning was not to be called aggressive, loud, disruptive, or angry, aka you all know it, the angry black girl, the angry black woman. And again, when someone else describes or displays these tropes, they are exotic, spicy, a little wild. But for black girls and women, we are not held to the same standard, and it's frustrating because we could be passionate about something and we could be seen as, aggressive, loud. And I've had an experience where a violin professor of mine literally called me aggressive because I called out his behavior. He was talking to me in a very, very rude tone, and I let him know. I was like, hey, I don't like your tone right now. I'm not understanding what you want me to do. You are speaking in fixed dough. I know what fixed dough is, but we don't do fixed dough here in America. So my brain is trying to do fixed dough on movable dough. Does that make sense to you? I didn't say it like that, by the way, but I'm getting a little irate. And he sat in front of me and said, you're being a little aggressive right now. And I said, you know what? That's it. I said, thank you for the lesson. Bye. And I packed my violin and I left. I walked out of a lesson. And then later on, we actually sat and had a conversation, and I had to explain to this man, because he was Chinese. I actually no longer follow him because he had posted something about Charlie Kirk, and I was like, oh, that's what you give, so you kiss white ass. Is essentially what he does. And we had a conversation, and I was like, you're a Chinese Asian man, right? You're Chinese. Most white Americans don't like you. They don't like me, I'm black. So the fact that you sat in front of me and called me aggressive, and you didn't think anything was wrong, and he's like, maybe I'm not the teacher for you. I said, maybe you're not the teacher for me, but you're the teacher that I have to have. So we could either go into lessons and be cordial, or I could take an F at my recital and I'm still gonna graduate and walk across that stage. Point blank, period. He gave me a D for my recital, but the other two teachers gave me an A and a B, so it averaged out to B. But I knew the rules. I could have contested his D, by the way. I just didn't. I should have. That would have been petty. But anyway, back to Nia. You know, she calls out how she began to notice the office politics at the studio. And this was jarring because she came from a school that promoted compassion, while at the ALDC it was literally everybody for themselves. And it was even worse on the show because the behavior was expected and pushed at times for views and narratives. The worse you acted, the more likely you would get screen time and camera time, and a storyline. Course. Many of the dances themselves were often produced to seem controversial. The dancers had to do dances that were meant to shock and create debate and conversation. Due to dance being one of the many outlets of artistic expression, it was a hit. It made dance relevant in everyday lives. As a kid myself, I've always loved the art of dance, and while my only experience came from being on a varsity Palms team in high school, I continued to watch and support dance. The dancers at my middle school did a wonderful job. They had their makeup done for our concert we recently just had, and all the girls I saw, I literally was like, oh, you girls look beautiful. Oh my God. I love watching dance as an art form. It's just so beautiful. The dancers work hard. The dance instructor at our school, she's amazing. She pours into our students. So I love that. I love when students have, opportunities in general. Dance moms helped the pop culture change, especially around competition dance. Competition dance started making money, and people realized just how much money it can make. And again, capitalism strikes, y'all. Just like they're hitting youth sports. Capitalism. But Nia also talks about Gianna Martello, known as Gia. She was Abby's assistant and aided in choreographing most of their dances. And side note, Gia is a great dancer and has wonderful technique. So again, why couldn't everybody be like her? Questionable. However, Nia was very honest and said her relationship with Gia did change over time. See, Gia initially was hard on Nia and had the same rhetoric as Abby. Not surprising at all. So much so that Holly actually had to take Gia aside and have a conversation about the way that she was talking to Nia. And I'm not sure if it changed anything, but I'm glad that, Holly felt like she could talk to Gia. And actually, I think Gia would have been a little bit more open and more prone to listening to what Holly had to say. And Nia does note that once she started to improve, Gia was very impressed, and then eventually they gained good rapport and a mutual respect of one another. And Nia gives Gia her flowers because she was the one who really instilled technique in the girls and worked to make them the team that they were, which is true. Going as far as to be the last one there, finishing the dances with the dancers, or staying to see her production boo. No tea, no shade. We all heard it. We all know yo boo thing was working on the show. Allegedly. But Nia elaborates that despite not always being the nicest, Gia wanted the girls to be ready to go and perform. And at the end of the day, Gia would still and does still ride behind Abby, which is wild, but you do you, boo. And the majority of routines that were choreographed by Gia and Abby were dark and edgy, and the production wanted everything and anything. Nothing was too taboo. So some dances like Where Have All the Children Gone, which was about child abduction, and it was the most iconic one due to its mature subject matter and gross nature. Nia choking herself, Paige jumping off a stage, Chloe stabbing herself, Maddie slitting her wrist. That wasn't taboo enough. In season 2, in a deleted episode, I believe it's episode 9 of season 2, you can't really watch it anywhere unless you find it on a pirated website, but they did topless showgirls where they were wearing these skimpy nude. It wasn't even the right nude because again, nude, what we consider nude does not look nude on everybody. Like nude should be a shade that has to be specific to your body, and none of it was. But they had these big fans and they were doing like showgirl moves, and yeah, I got backlash and it got tore off the internet. Just like 3 or 4 more episodes of Dance Moms that are no longer on the internet. The episode was banned unless, like I said, you can find it illegally. Production and network worked very hard to keep this episode out of the public eye. Another dance was Nip Tuck, which was another nude illusion dance. Again, the nude wasn't even right anyway, and had the girls using a similar costume, but it didn't garner the same attention because it wasn't as provocative. Again, context and presentation matters. And then the last text, which was this contemporary teen about people driving while texting. It's a fan favorite of season 2, and in season 3, the girls would perform it on The View. And personally, this is where I'm not a hater. I told you I'm not a hater. I gotta give Abby and Gia their flowers. They really did their big one with this. Like, I still get chills watching this dance. I get emotional watching this dance because distracted driving is a real thing. 1 second and it's over. And that dance, you know, having Paige just stand there, like hold it, do some tricks, whatever, the whole dance, and then Maddie comes up to her and shake her, and then you realize at the end of the dance, like, Paige was driving. She was dead this whole time. What? It's crazy. Nia would even get amazing words of advice from 2 Black women known for their words on The View, Sherry Shepherd and Whoopi Goldberg. Anyway, while the moms and girls had their own separate agreement with Lifetime, Abby's agreement was definitely different. Nia details how some casts would come and go, causing the girls to have to adjust with dancing with a new dancer based on their personality and previous dance experience, some easier than others, aka Kalani versus JoJo. The OG dancers danced like a team, and they were often praised for that ability, which makes sense because they all went to the same studio. Duh. But the priority of cohesiveness rather than trying to stand out was something that Abby was iffy about. You know, she was subjective with what she wanted to see and what she thought would be seen on stage. And the new dancers were only responsible for the Dance Moms agreement, which was different, and they rarely had to sign the actual ALDC contract. So due to this, the OG members saw themselves as real members of the studio, which they were, while some of the other cast members were just castmates. Nia's own standing as being one of the longest standing original members gave her no merit at all. Rather, she was met with disrespect of being called entitled. Despite advocating for herself, she continued to wait for her years of experience to mean something. It didn't. Abby didn't even respect this, and interestingly enough, Abby would want to command all of Nia's time and effort, causing her to quit other activities in an effort to control her life. See, Nia was doing karate, and Abby told her to leave that because she needs to work on her bad feet. Abby's constant, need to control the aspects of the girl's life would also include not doing risk injuries.
So there was no skiing, snowboarding, ice skating, jumping, trampolining, roller skating, or even riding a bike.
Were all off limits because Abby believed riding bikes made thick calves. Abby basically hated anything that the girls were doing if it wasn't at her studio and she wasn't receiving a dime from it. And clock that tea, because she would complain about Christy taking Chloe to meet and greets and making money, but then years later she'd be like, oh, I'm so proud of JoJo for doing that. Weren't you just complaining that she did it? But now you praising this one for doing it. Hypocrite. And Nia would often not be fazed by these titles or anything like that, or by these issues, because she was dedicated to perfecting her craft as a dancer, and she was willing to do whatever it took to be an elite dancer. Nia would also transition to being homeschooled due to her regular schooling suffering due to the harsh filming conditions. So Nia states that she also wanted to train more with the teachers at the ALDC, becoming more dedicated to her craft, especially since Abby pushed the fact that Maddie and Mackenzie were homeschooled. Holly actually did quit her job as a principal in season 2 so that she could could join the cast full time and ended up being Nia's humanities teacher along with another teacher. See, the majority of schooling was done in Pittsburgh, so Nia would do school and then go to the studio and film. However, in season 5 and up, Nia details how their schooling had to move around, resulting in them doing school on set. And this was a downright dirty move in my opinion, because the fact that they had to do school on set meant that they were already on set, making it easier for production to work rather than accommodating the needs of actual children on set. Not to mention that they're on set, so something that happened the previous day that was probably traumatic and they didn't really get a chance to talk about it, they're in the same environment all day long. Where's the break? Where's the separation? And again, like I said, there need to be limitations with the amount of time the girls spent in school, and oftentimes if they had a bad day with filming, it would bleed over into how they were focused for school, sadly. The show also came with lots of drama. We already know this. And some of the fans thought the drama was fake, but a lot of things were real. Nia remembers one incident that happened to her, and while the audience never learned about it, they would feel its effects after it happened. The incident. This is in season 2, and this is the ballet solo that Nia had when the orange costume, beautiful costume. So Nia had received a solo this week and she was happy. And during the same week, Paige, Chloe, and Maddie had a trio. But Paige, I believe, had warts on her feet that she needed to get removed, and she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to dance. So Holly had discussed with Melissa, Christy, and Kelly, and they all thought it would be great if Nia could learn to be a swing for it. You know, it would be a good thing for Nia to be challenged with the trio, and she'll be able to pitch in when Abby needed it to dance. However, Abby, trying to outsmart Holly, because remember, Holly has a doctorate, Abby doesn't, would state that it was her plan to make Nia the swing. And at that time, I'd have been like, okay, so what's the issue? If that's the plan to make her swing, what's tea, right? However, Abby would become disrespectful and state that she believed that the parents advocated all rights when they stepped into her studio, which is dumb. Leading to Abby doesn't want any little tooties on her dance team. And this was referring to Kim Field, an actor, who was the only black character on the show The Fact of Life. And essentially, Abby was saying that she did not want Nia as a black child on her dance team, and she just wanted an all team of white girls. And this would cause Holly to go off, and Abby, being the white woman she was, only made her mad to be, it only made her mad to be corrected by a highly educated black woman. She continued to yell at Holly before yanking Nia by her arm. And at this point, Holly, I would have pulled what Abby likes to pull, called the Penn Hills police, and had her ass arrested for assault. She just grabbed my motherfucking child. Have this bitch put in the cell tonight. Point blank, period. And this would cause Nia and Holly to leave the studio. And what's crazy is that production had this on film. They filmed this, but we never saw it. And it makes you wonder why we never saw it. And again, because of Abby. So Holly was fuming, and after a conversation, they were done, but their contracts made it difficult to leave. And Holly was so adamant that no instructor should be able to get away with touching a child like the way she did Nia. And the fact that we did not see what happened, I could just imagine she just yanked Nia. And it's like, I know my mom would have beat Abby's ass up, and Abby then would have had a real reason to press charges. So Holly and Nia would not go to the studio the next day, and instead they were told by their attorney that after discussing with production that they would need some reassurance and safety measures so that nothing like this would happen again. And Nia expressed that she wanted to be at the studio to prove Abby and everybody wrong. However, she recognizes that she never needed to prove a point, and that being right isn't worth anyone's mental and physical anguish. She also expressed that she didn't want to be a quitter, and even worse, allow Abby to replace her with somebody else, despite Nia being picked for the show. And production would send in a senior vice president who would try to come and salvage the situation. He would assure the Frazier family that Nia would be safe, and he would get Abby to apologize, which I guess, but nothing would happen, Apparently Abby pulled out the white woman tears next. But production would give all the girls new iPads, and it's important to note that when Kelly did her lawsuit to get out of her contract, she mentioned this incident happening and how they gave the girls iPads to distract them and not address what happened. And sadly it worked. Nia would perform her solo, she forgot it, but she would perform it a second time. And it makes sense as to why, when you actually watch the episode with this added context, that Abby wasn't as upset with Nia for getting her solo, because she just didn't care. She was disassociating herself even though she put her hands on a child. And viewers may have seen this as Nia forgetting her dance, but what they didn't see was a courageous girl who stood up to a giant figuratively and literally. And the show would bring in a child advocate, but this advocate, in my opinion, didn't really do their big one. And any attempt to try and make the environment feel safe was made, but the environment was never safe to begin with. Apparently when Stacy was there, who was their like mental counselor or whatever, Abby was on her best behavior, but the girls eventually would dread having Stacy there because Abby would have good behavior, and then when Stacy left, she didn't. And again, this is giving abusive, mental and emotional abuse, and production knew this and they still didn't make a safe environment for these children. Abby had no accountability at all. There was no accountability held with her. The production coddled her, and they would never show the true extent of her character, sadly. In season 3, the moms would go on strike at the beginning of season 3. And this is because of pay and filming conditions. Now, Pennsylvania, the state at the time, did not have child labor laws like they do pretty much now in all states. Like, I know my state did what California did. You have to put a certain percentage of, like, if your child's doing like streaming or content, you have to put a certain amount into a Coogan account, all that stuff. None of that was really big at the time. And so production would push the boundaries for what they could do, and eventually the moms were upset. This strike was depicted as a walkout for Kelly, but that wasn't the truth. They just wanted higher pay and more benefits and things like that. And Abby would replace the girls, resulting in her calling the police, and the moms are in the parking lot. And this is when she does that whole manipulating thing with Maddie when they come back like, "You were in the parking lot, I waited for you." And Maddie's like, "I'm sorry." Like that was emotional abuse right there. I feel so bad for Maddie. And eventually the network would come to an agreement with the mom, putting everyone back into their rigorous filming schedule. And as the seasons went on, more episodes were ordered and the schedules were intensified, from 13 episodes to over 25 episodes per season, filming in different states and even in a whole different continent and country, Australia. Nia would try to help out with the recreational dancers at the studio, which was fun, but it added so much to her schedule that when life got busier, it became harder for her and even her family. Nia often wonders why she came back and stayed, but her family made that choice due to production's reassurance, one that they didn't stick to at all. Nia instead wants people to know she stayed because she earned and deserved to be there just as the other OG cast members, which I agree, but I also think all the girls should have had a different environment in general. Her biggest accomplishment was winning her crown, but unfortunately it wasn't shown on television because, you know, it wouldn't have fit the narrative of her being a quote-unquote bad dancer. Nia ends the chapter with stating that despite Abby's best efforts, little Nia wasn't going to give Abby the satisfaction of getting rid of this little 2D of the team. I don't know why she called herself that. Overall thoughts, this chapter confirms much of what the fandom had already known about Abby's behavior. Shout out to Mac Z Boss, because she also did a video covering this. The little 2D comment and the girls receiving iPads, like I mentioned, Kelly had already released this information in her lawsuit to get out of her contract, but now we know that it's solidified and this did in fact happen with Abby putting her hands on Nia, and that just shows how horrible and racist Abby was. And the fact that she put her hands on a child that she don't even know, she lucky how Holly is the type of woman that she is, because I know a lot of people that would have beat Abby's ass. Nia and her family did at least try to get safety nets, not just for themselves, but it would have bleeded into all the girls. But production dropped the ball, again, like I said, in favor of rating and views and moolah. It really hurts me, but it's also reassuring to know the type of person that Abby and even producer Brian Stinson are. They never had these girls' best interests in case. They'll say that they did, but they never did. Only their namesake when it came to money and what the production could do for the network, allegedly. And I hope people take away with this chapter knowing that Nia was ultimately a victim of racism and bias, and that's what they continue to use and push for views and numbers at the end of the day. Nia explains that as Dance Moms continued season by season, it changed. See, the cast changed in a way. Some people left, some people joined. It was always interesting to see what each member's breaking point was. Even though everyone went through something similar, they all handled it differently, beginning with the OGs. See, when Brooke and Paige left, the girls were so afraid because they had never seen any type of physical altercations on the show, which I call cap, because if Abby was grabbing Nia, that's a physical altercation. But it broke Nia's heart to see her friends go through that, and it was even harder to try and comfort them. We know this from Mac Z because she also talked about this, but Holly did escort Kelly out, thus Paige, Brooke, and Kelly were gone. Then we had Kalani and her mom, Kira Scammer. That was a hard cough, allegedly, were the ones to take their place. And the OGs, had realized that Abby did indeed have the power to kick someone off the show. And Nia wasn't sure who to trust anymore. Nia was also afraid of how far the other moms and daughters would go just to be seen, since they didn't see Holly and Nia as a threat. So Nia got to watch everything from behind the scenes. 4K. Season 5 was when Chloe and her mom, Christy, left. And Nia was hit the hardest because her and Chloe were close due to the fact that they were receiving much of Abby's wrath. She's not like King Bradley. Shout out to those who understand my little Full Metal Alchemist reference. I've been in a Full Metal Alchemist kick, y'all. I saw this sweater that I want to buy. It's Edward's jacket. I'm gonna buy it too. I just know I'm gonna buy it because I just need it. Anyway, back to Nia. Sorry for the little side note. But it only left really 2 originals, which was Maddie and Kenzie and Nia. And I mean, some people count Kendall as an OG because she joined in season 2 when the show got recognized. But in Nia's book, she is going from season 1. So Kendall is not an OG. Clock that T. And that hurts Jill and Kendall. I know it does. And it grinds their gear. Nia states that the most hurtful and painful part was that Chloe left her out of her life. And Abby would continue to badmouth Chloe. Obsessed much. And Nia could understand why she would do this why Chloe would block out the girls, but now that she's older, she understands that Chloe needed to separate herself from the ALDC to protect her peace and heal. I'm glad that Nia is able to recognize that. It reminded Nia of how she had to put similar boundaries in place and separate herself from certain people to protect her mental health. Ultimately Chloe would return for season 7, leaving Nia profoundly happy, and they got to rejoice and kind of get some sense of closure together. Then JoJo and Jesselyn joined in season 5. Like I told you, Nia jumps back and forth. And Nia states that when JoJo joined the team, their relationship was pretty rocky at first, due to JoJo's outgoing personality, but they would grow a really good relationship. She details how, JoJo came in taunting that she was, replacing Chloe, and it shook the girls to hear someone talk like that, let alone another kid like them. And Nia states that JoJo did shake up the team for better and for worse. Season 5 was also when the ALDC began to work in LA because Abby was getting ready to open up her studio in LA, the ALDC LA. And again, I'm confused because Abby gives that her talents are more for New York, not LA dance style. I could see if Abby opened up a brick and mortar Abby Lee dance company in New York that trained her dancers for Broadway. I could see that. But LA? No. I couldn't see that. Not only that, Nia's Granddad Fraser, his health was declining, and it was making it very hard for Nia to focus on the show and dance. Along with Jess and JoJo trying to gobble up Nia's spot and continuing the hurtful rhetoric that she can't dance didn't help. And Nia, she understands that Jess and JoJo were playing it up for the cameras, but it was affecting her actual life. Their behavior may have been fake, but the impact on me was not. Quoted by Nia. As more original members and their moms left, Holly and Nia became more of a target for Abby. New castmates were so used to Abby and the way that the show portrayed her and not actual Abby that they wouldn't hold her accountable with her teachings or her behaviors. And the tension would worsen when Abby had success managing Max Z, Kenzie's career. I question that. I don't think she had success with that. I think she had decent success, but I don't think, she got Kenzie performing at the Kids' Choice Awards or anything. No tea, no shade. Just call it like I see it, okay? But Abby did try and manage the other girls, but Holly and Nia just weren't too keen on doing her. And especially when she tried to sabotage Nia during an audition, causing Nia to not have that opportunity. And Abby would actually set up time for the girls to meet with a record producer, resulting in the following macroaggression. And it's macro because it's big. So initially, Nia actually wasn't gonna go to this record producer meeting to talk about songs, but Melissa begged Holly and she was like, it'll be a good job for Nia, a good opportunity for Nia to participate with the other girls. So Holly did it. During the session, the producer played this energetic, upbeat pop song, and Nia liked the beat because it reminded her of something that Beyonce would do. Yet Abby said that the song was for Kendall, or the beat was for Kendall. And instead, she had the producer play this deep, slow hymn, attuned to a gospel style, and Abby would go on to state the following: Nia, this one is for you. I was thinking you could do gospel. Now, Abby's not living down the racist allegations as we've already established. I'm gonna call her out every time I see it. However, I don't know if this was a dig because Holly is religious And we know that, you know, with the whole Satan's Little Lamb dance, that Holly wasn't appreciative. So it kind of just gave like, I'm gonna give you a little gospel because I know your mom isn't gonna like this stuff. And it's like, R&B? Where was that genre? Nia did not have to go the pop route. She could have easily gone the R&B girly route. And at this point in time, I just want to point out to y'all real quick, for those of you who were not in the black R&B spirit this time, this is like, I want to say 2012-ish, 2013. So this is right around when like Victorious was ending. Keke Palmer had her stuff on Nickelodeon, Big Time Rush. All of these Nickelodeon shows used R&B. They used R&B and they ate it. The black kids was all watching Nickelodeon. No tea, no shade. Disney could never. Yes, some of us watched Disney, but majority of black kids was watching Nickelodeon because they was on the R&B train. They realized where the coin was. And also at this time in the black community, we had Mindless Behavior, a black R&B boy band. We also had OMG Girls featuring T.I. and Tiny's daughter. And I remember loving it because it was like, oh my God, her hair is blue and I always wanted to color my hair blue. And so I'm like, this would have been a good opportunity to get Nia like reaching out to that audience. But then again, like I said, Abby's white. So she knows nothing about that audience. Like she says she knows all about the business. She knows nothing about the business. And this could have been a great way, you know, if she was actually thinking about making sure that her clientele and she was in every demographic getting the coin, she would have made sure that she was in that R&B bag. But like I said, Abby is not the, you know, smartest crayon in the box or the most colorful. So she would also try and bribe Aubrey O'Day from working with Nia. She tried to bribe her $10,000. So Aubrey had came to a master class and she offered to work with Nia on her music. And she tried to bribe her not to work with Nia with $10,000. And again, she couldn't get the potholes in her parking lot fixed, couldn't pay her bills or her bill collectors, because if you don't remember, Abby filed for bankruptcy, so she still had to pay her creditors back. But she had $10,000 to bribe Aubrey O'Day not to work with Nia Sioux Frazier. Right. And she would do this in front of Nia. Like she would call Aubrey and do this in front of her. Aubrey didn't take the bribe, obviously, but it's just the fact that she did that. So Nia would begin working with Aubrey, and she would be introduced to a variety of people who would bring Nia's dream of having a music career to life. A producer named Radio, spelled R-A-D-O, who had worked with Solange, Beyonce, and Will Smith. He would take Nia under his wing and made her feel like a superstar. A songwriter named Camila, who taught Nia how to write song lyrics. Nia was inspired to write an R&B song. Like I said, R&B. Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all Nia would be good at R&B? And again, this fits Nia, and it makes sense. Like I just said, it was particularly big in the black community at this time. And again, Abby couldn't see it. And you know, if she was paying attention, she would have made money from that market. She would have made money from the pop market with Mackenzie and Kendall, and would have made money from the R&B market with Nia. But she can't think that far. She's not the most colorful crayon in the 64 box or the 100 box. That's a dig at Abby trying to say that she had money because she had the 64 box of crayons. Well, you didn't have the 108 box. How about that? The hype song that Nia creates is called Star in Your Life. You want a star in your own life? Life is a runway, walk it out. Y'all, that song, period, okay? But Nia enjoyed the process and she was very grateful for how involved she was from start to finish. Before she knew it, she had her own single, and the recording is actually very different from the one that we all know, which is the remix. It's much quieter, smaller, and less distracting, but she would do a remix with Coco Jones, and it's good. Is that the one? No, that's Slay. Slay is with Coco Jones. Sorry, her second song is Slay with Coco Jones. But it would bring Nia peace, and even though she still had that imposter syndrome, her song would turn out very well. She even received a remix, and that's the one that we all know, which slaps, by the way. Nia would also begin to work on her music video because Aubrey connected her to Mikey Menden, the creative director of the Pussycat Dolls. Period. Kenya Clay would choreograph the dance, and Nia loved Mikey's vision and what he saw for her. He treated her like a star and made sure that the whole process ran smooth and professional. And that shows in the video. The video is professional as hell, okay? And Nia felt good for once, as she should. It was about her. The video was also inclusive because Nia had 2 guys voguing, a concept Nia loved because it allowed for her to show her support of the LGBTQIA+ community. Nia knew how it felt to be excluded as a minority, and she wanted to showcase queer people and have them represented as well. And again, the Black community too, because being inclusive, you know, since the dawn of time. Shout out to us Black people. We really be doing our big ones, okay? And Holly was very happy to see her reach her goal. Nia's next song would be called Slay, a song which was used as background music for The View, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and on Disney Channel. And in 2016, 2017-ish, a ton of cheer teams used it. My high school cheer team, I was on JV at the time, but the varsity team actually used it in their ending pyramid sequence into tumbling into their final dance. It was really cool. Nia would work with Coco Jones, an amazing R&B singer, Grammy Award winner, and Disney star. She starred in the Bel Air, the revamp of the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Nia loved the whole writing process because it felt natural and allowed her to work with a new medium to tell stories and make people feel something. Working with Mikey also boosted her confidence and her self-esteem. He chose items that showcased Nia's beauty rather than hide things that she was insecure. I remember watching this video and Nia had a crop top on, and at this point in time Nia was super duper fit, and I could understand because I also developed pretty early as well like Nia, and to see her have this like cute crop top on, and it was like, oh my god, like that's literally, and granted I'm 2 years older than Nia, but I was like, oh my god, that's so cool, like she looks so cool. And you know, wearing those type of things showed off her athletic build, and it showed how good she looked. Nia was also so glad that her mother connected with Aubrey, and that Aubrey took a chance on her. Overall, this chapter, you know, has Nia discussing her passions and how they slowly started to extend. And despite Abby's continuous takedowns, Nia still thrived outside of Abby and the ALDC and Dance Moms. I honestly think that's what Abby disliked, because Nia never really needed Abby to succeed, but Abby needed Nia so that she can continue the hurtful rhetoric of her. And it's funny because, like I mentioned before, Abby could have had a feather in her cap for going down the R&B route, but her money hungriness wouldn't allow her to do that, and she couldn't help but just try and put her foot in anything and put her foot in her mouth. Now, if she would have shut up and listened and actually did her job as a manager, she would have had a client in each sector and she would have been making money. But I digress. I told y'all, she's not the most colorful crayon in the box. I'm glad that Nia made her songs, because I even continue to listen to them and people still listen to her music, and it inspired myself to slay and be a star in my own life, period. Nia's grandfather, Granddad Frazier, was her biggest supporter, and he was sick during the time that Nia was traveling back and forth between LA and Pittsburgh, and his condition was the only thing that Nia had on her mind during filming. Sadly, her grandfather would pass away, and it left Nia devastated because she didn't get a chance to say goodbye. And I related that so much because I remember when my grandfather passed away, my dad's dad, and I was on the way to work. I literally had to call, this is my first year teaching in this great district, and I had to literally call them and say, I can't come in, like my grandfather just passed away. And you know, it hurts when you lose a grandparent because they're so important in your life. And actually episode 4 of season 5 was dedicated to him because he was her biggest supporter and enjoyed watching her TV. So the producers actually did something right for once. Like I told you, I'm not a hater. I'll call out when they do things right. So Nia moves on to how people thought that her grandfather was white or mixed. What? I was confused reading that, but you know, I get it, because when you see him in the episode when she goes to visit him, he's like my skin tone. I want to say he's like a couple shades lighter than me. Like he was closer to this. And I just need y'all to know. And I want to specifically talk about Black American families. I know it's gonna sound crazy, like I mentioned before, African American and Black, 2 different things, okay? There are some people who are African where they still have ties to their nationality in Africa, and then there's Black people here who just don't have that, like me. I just don't have that. My family is mixed. We got European, Native American, Black, Scottish, whatever else in my family. I find it crazy that y'all really don't know Black families, because my family is the same way. I'm not the lightest, okay? My auntie is the lightest. My aunt, who's a little bit darker, she clowns my auntie. She's like, ooh, girl, you looking a little white today, don't you? Granted, her dad, my great-grandfather, his mother is mixed. She's half white. So there's that. And then I have it on both sides of my family. So it's not just my mom's side, it's also my dad's side. Black families have a large shade range. And like I said, we kiki and kaka, you know how many times my family said I look like a white girl? And I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm just pale, y'all. Like right now, I might look colorful right now, y'all. I get a tan, I get darker than this. But in the wintertime, I'm pale. I'm really pale. I just don't know what it is. My skin tone. Also, I live in the Midwest, so we don't see the sun during the winter. The fact that people didn't thought her grandfather was white or mixed, it's like black people can be light. They can be what's called light-skinned. Black people can come out like this. Yes, they can. And they can be deeper in skin tone. And Nia specifically mentions that her grandfather was often referred to as red because of his fair skin and red hair. And I want to point out, I have an aunt who is the exact same way. Shout out to my Titi Gigi. She literally has red hair and blue eyes, but she's black. And if you saw a picture of my grandfather next to her, he's like mocha, deep mocha colored, and she's like this. But she has red hair and blue eyes, and she's black. That happens. Being from the South. Nia actually liked living in LA, and she discusses that it allowed for her mom and her to meet new people and have a life outside of the show. When season 5 ended, Abby opened the ALDC LA location, which is not the same location that it was when it opened. She actually has a new location. It's just like has her little shop in it and one little small room to teach classes. It's not really a dance studio anymore. And the place that she did have is now a food court apparently, so that's wild. But the team consists of, at this point, Nia, Kalani, Maddie, Kendall, JoJo, Kinsey, and newcomer Bryn. And the team would dance out of the new studio, solidifying their new LA dynamic. And Nia would continue to receive fewer and fewer solos, but she saw this as investing more time into herself, which I agree. Go ahead and make those opportunities. On days off, she would attend voice lessons and acting classes. After filming, she would even go to audition, events, and other dance classes. Networking, period. Nia would eventually decide not to participate in any ALDC events, as she wasn't given a solo, not to mention how the fans would treat her and continue to treat her, such as not being able to autograph or even receiving gifts. And basically Kalani was taking her place, and Nia was like, it is what it is. I ain't even gonna cry over spilt milk. And Nia did find that her removal was a blessing, and it allowed her space to protect her peace. And this actually hurt me, because why would y'all allow y'all kids to go up and only be nice to certain people? Like, I don't get that. So for example, I went to see, let's see if I can get it off of here. And here's my little The City Is Ours pass. And when I was seeing Big Time Rush, you know, there's certain members of the band that I like. Like, I liked Logan a little bit more. No tea, no shade, I listened to his solo music. We had to be separated on the stage. And they were like, okay, who wants to be, I think it was like Logan and Carlos and then James and Kendall's side. Well, a ton of people wanted to be on Logan and Carlos' side. I like Logan. But I was like, you know what? It doesn't matter. I like all 4 of them. So I'm gonna just go hang out with Kendall and James. It ain't no big deal on their side of the stage. So that's what I ended up doing. Was I a little salty that I couldn't see Logan? Yeah. Was he still on the stage? Yeah. I just wasn't on his side. I also like all 4 of them. So I got to experience it. I got to be on stage, by the way. That was so cool. I have no footage of it because my phone died. It's me! I'm telling y'all, it's me! My phone died. It's always me. Something always happens with me. Anyway, Abby would try and make the girls wear her branded clothes, but because Nia wasn't invited to her events, she just didn't wear them, which is why people were confused, like, why is everybody wearing all ALDC and Nia isn't? And I'm like, I wouldn't market them either. You don't invite me to your event, so I'm not gonna be a living billboard for you. Nia also recalls how Abby was super protective of Maddie and her portrayal, going so far as to purposely not give a solo or choreograph dancers beneath Maddie. Like, Nia recalls how once she lost to Maddie by only 1/10 of a point, and I know what episode this was in season 5 too, by the way. I know what episode this was. And she didn't receive a solo for a very long time. Nia was also hurt when new dancers would join the team and just receive solos despite not being trained by Abby. Solos were originally meant to help dancers improve their technique and gain confidence, as technique is the building block of a strong dancer. However, Abby Abby and Dance Moms made solos into a competition to see who could reach first place. It has changed the dance scene now, and the effects are still there. Nia could no longer deny the effects of being at the ALDC. New castmates would say they could outdance Nia anytime. Again, Abby trained Nia. I just want to preference that. Nia has been dancing with Abby since she was like 4 or 5, or 3 or 4, right? Abby trained Nia. And the fact that you had dancers that you didn't train out dancing Nia, I would think you would take offense to that. I know I would have called it out like, but ain't that your dancer? Didn't she dance at your studio? So where's the disconnect? But Nia remembers how even the social component of the team began to not make any sense or no longer existed. At her music video premiere for, I think it was it Slay? I think it was Slay. None of the girls actually showed up, and Kathy and her team showed up. Now, I do want to mention that the girls were at a jump convention. So I'm not 100% sure that they could have stepped out and showed up even if they wanted to. But no tea, no shade, I still would have called. I still would have FaceTimed my girls. I still would have said, hey, can you get the girls to step away real quick so they can just watch Nia's video while we on FaceTime real quick so they can support her, you know. That's what I would have done, no tea. And the girls would even talk about Nia's project, making, you know, snide remarks on the show. Again, products of their mother. And actually, in the beginning, the girls didn't like Nia and Kendall because Abby was trying to compare their videos. Nia and Kendall were both like, yeah, we making videos, that's cool. You know, it was really Jill that was trying to compete for no reason. And I was like, why are you competing? They both can make music videos. Eventually the girls would be like, well, Nia doesn't do anything with us. Well, y'all not inviting her. But Nia remembers how, you know, the girls and the moms thought her outfits were inappropriate. But it's like, Maddie was in a nude leotard in the Chandelier video, and she was dancing with a grown-ass Shia LaBeouf. An elastic heart. It's giving double standards. It's giving jealousy. Jealousy! That's that envy! But Nia would try and ignore the girls, but that only pushed her and Holly further from their castmates. Nia enjoyed being in LA, but it brought a roller coaster of emotions. And being the focus came with extreme bouts of joy and pain. But Nia loved the sense that music brought to her. When the show went to Australia, Nia's trip to Australia gave her a newfound confidence. It allowed her to get closer to JoJo, but also allowed her to focus on her talents and abilities. Nia knew what she was capable of, and she knew that she didn't need Abby or the ALDC to succeed, and she could reach the top of that pyramid, make a name for herself. This drove Nia to continue her passion for music and seeing where it could take her. She might not be an award-winning dancer at a competition, but she had support from the fans, the Black community, and that, for Nia, was the biggest win. And I do want to side note that the only reason that Abby went to Australia was because she was doing master classes, and Maddie got asked to dance at the BAFTA Awards, and she asked Sia could the girls dance with her. That's the tea. The girls were not dancing because of Abby. They were dancing because of Maddie. Clock that tea. And then the show wanted to film it, and that's why they were there. And then because Nia and JoJo weren't invited to Abby's events, they ended up having Nia perform. And my overall thoughts of this chapter is that Nia did become a threat. No matter how much the moms would say that wasn't true, they were pressed. They were upset that Holly found a way, whether on her own or even if production helped, to get Nia ahead. See, the issue is that when they were able to do it, it was fine. But because Holly, a Black educated woman, did it before they did it, it was an issue. Because it's like, why would you do that to us? And it's like, but y'all, if y'all had the same opportunity, y'all would have jumped on it. I know they would have. And fans even now continue to do that. They're like, well, Holly was so wrong, you know, using the producers. Why not? Melissa used Abby. Abby used Melissa, Maddie. So what's tea? Everybody was using everybody. It's all fair game, right? Oh, but the moment that the Black mother and daughter duo do it, it's a problem. Oh, because it was never supposed to work for them. Like I said, Black girls and women are held on a different pedestal when it comes to doing similar or the same things as our racial counterparts. I don't know what it is, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, sadly. Nia begins by stating that this is her telling her story and her truth. And, you know, she doesn't want people to see this as her throwing shade at the other girls. However, as I'm explaining this, I will be throwing shade at the other girls, okay? Nia isn't, but I will. because I don't know these girls from a can of paint, so it doesn't hurt me. But it is said that Nia did have to put an explicit disclaimer because the Dance Mom fans really can't handle when their faves are critiqued. I don't know what it is. I'm like, y'all don't even know these girls, but y'all will die on a hill for these girls. What's tea? So Nia explains like how any sisterhood, friendship, or relationship, there will always be ups and downs. In the end, the strength of a relationship is how you overcome those hardships and move past them, and I agree with that. Becoming stronger in the end than you were in the beginning. She recalls how the OG cast, Brooke, Paige, Chloe, Maddie, and Kinsey, no Kendall, always had respect for one another, and sure there were moments when they were closer to one another than everyone, but they still had a special bond due to their unique experience on national television and dealing with Abby. See, kids make mistakes and poor decisions because their brains are not fully developed. And that leads to a lot of conflicts between the girls, which boil down to Abby, the moms, and even production. Adults who could have all been better role models. I'm talking about all of them. Nia remembered how the girls loved having fun with one another. Playdates, shared birthdays, sleepovers, and movie night. Nia going over Maddie and Kinsey's house and jumping with them on their big trampoline, carpooling with Chloe. Nia remembers when the girls got to see Justin Bieber at a stadium, only to meet him later at the Kids' Choice Awards. They were all so cute, so adorable. They would take a photo with him and the girls were so excited, making this one of the best moments of Nia's childhood. Side note, were y'all all obsessed with Justin Bieber? Because I wasn't. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do Justin. I don't know, like, the only time I actually liked him was in the beginning of the Boyfriend song. But that was the only part I liked. I remember I heard that beginning of the song and I was like, oh, okay, Justin, you get a little, and then I like to be, he went up an octave and I said, oh no, I'm checked out, sorry, The beginning, like the husky voice, I was here for it. But then he started singing that tenor and I was like, checked out. I have nothing against tenors, I love tenors. However, I'm a baritone bass girly, always. A good baritone bass, if you know, you know. But the girls would soon learn that Nia loved dogs, and Nia would find her first dog was a teacup Yorkie named Henry, and she saw him and she wanted him, but sadly, you know, she found out that somebody else adopted him. But Nia's friend Paige, Paige Highland, would come to her birthday party with a bag, and inside was Henry. All the girls pitched in to get Nia her beloved dog, and it was a special and wholesome moment for not just Nia, but the girls. Nia recalled how the girls would hang out with each other when traveling, and because Brooke was the oldest, she would babysit them and would be in charge. So ugly dance-off, playing Wizard of Oz, getting mani-pedis and manicures done, only getting nude or clear because Abby had a whole thing about nails. In LA, the girls would continue to hang out at places like The Grove, Disneyland, Duff Cake Mix, and cool lookout spots. Since they were out socially, Abby had no way to create tension between them and they could just be kids. Sadly, as they got older and Nia was more distanced from the ALDC events, the girls would leave her out too. Nia believes they weren't trying to initially exclude her or hurt her feelings, they just didn't think about her, which I call cap. Abby's constant treatment put Nia in a box that was hard to get out of. Not to mention the girls shared a cultural identity that Nia didn't. They couldn't relate to Nia. She was black. They weren't. Nia felt like a backup dancer and eventually a backup friend. Sadly, I have experienced this, and honestly, you know, you just kind of gotta water off a duck's back, and like your real friends know who you are, and the real ones who want to be in your life will be in your life. Nia was also aware of societal double standards. See, the girls can get away with things that Nia just couldn't due to them being white and her being black. This would cause Nia to have to be more reserved or guarded, always thinking about something before she did it or even said it. A privilege and luxury that she could not afford. Even geography became an issue. Despite living closer to Chloe would often be invited to more things than Nia, even though they lived right near each other. Nia did, however, get close to Brooke and Paige right before they left, to which she and Chloe would also get closer as well. And they bonded over Abby's treatment of the pair because of how Abby was treating them. However, once Chloe left, Nia felt alone. She was often fighting for her life without one single friend to hang out with. Nia's relationships with the OGs are doing well post Dance Moms, you know, such as that Maddie actually did Nia's makeup for prom and gave her second ear piercings for her 18th birthday. Chloe and Nia are spending time together, and obviously Chloe wrote the foreword for her book. Brooke and Paige also had impromptu get-togethers with Nia when she would come back to Pittsburgh, and Nia went to Brooke's wedding. Shout out to Brooke, because she got married. Nia was so thankful for the healthy healthy relationships that she created and how she's been able to maintain them since the show. She also maintains that she values each and every one of them even after it's ended. I believe she was talking about the other girls that she just no longer has a relationship with, but she's cordial with associates. So my overall thought for this chapter is Nia did a wonderful job describing the isolation that she went through and how she recognizes that some of it wasn't necessarily the girls' fault. However, it was the way that they were raised and the privilege that they have that Nia just doesn't have that caused her to become left out. Had the moms recognized this, like I mentioned before, they could have been better role models to others who continue hurtful behaviors of isolation, and they would have built a stronger rapport with the team. Point blank period. Nia found that being the only black girl on the team for most of Dan's moms was challenging. She was not the only black girl, but she was the only one for a while. Holly and Nia dealt with microaggressions, macroaggressions, and racism on a daily basis. It often felt like the producers and Abby kind of handled Holly in a specific way, almost trying to bait her into becoming that trope of the angry black woman. Despite Holly maintaining her composure, Holly was educated and she held herself to a higher standard in a way to combat what the media has and continues to perpetuate about black culture and black women specifically. Holly and Nia would face situations that were inappropriate and racist, but had no power to stand up to it. Side note, I think they did. They could have got a civil rights attorney, but just saying. The pair decided to be a better example, but that was frustrating to do because it's only human to get emotional. Even the double standards left Nia feeling uncomfortable with crying or showing any emotion. See, other castmates could say and do things, but Holly and Nia couldn't. They could make mistakes, swear, act crazy without the shadow of being labeled as aggressive. I already went through my whole story about my violent professor, me being called aggressive, whatever. And you know, that statement's crazy because we saw individuals like Kelly and Abby put their hands on each other, Christy fighting Leslie, putting her hands on her, Jill getting into a fight with Kaya. But those women aren't labeled ghetto. Those women aren't labeled any other thing but just, oh, that's just what they do. But had Holly done it, it would have been a whole different story. Nia recounts experiencing lots of microaggressions because she lived in Pittsburgh, which was predominantly white. I really can't relate. I live in the Chicagoland area. We at least somewhat diverse where I live. Now granted, am I surrounded by smaller villages and towns and all of those things that are predominantly white? Yes, but where I live, it's majority black, Hispanic. No tea. Nia recounts having the talk, and the talk, for those of you, is not like the puberty talk. The talk is when, as black kids, we are taught that the world just works and perceives us differently. That's just how it is, and in some of these cases, it can literally mean life or death. Nia sensed that Abby's race-based perceptions on her was how Abby felt about being inferior to Holly and Nia. Abby claimed that Holly and her husband Evan didn't love Nia because they worked. She said that they couldn't afford her, many statements which were untrue. Like I said, Holly's kids went to private school. If you know, private school costs money. Also, I think Abby was just jealous. The same way I think she was jealous of Chloe. I think it had to do with Christy, but I think Chloe looked like her mom and she was just jealous. Point blank period. It was clear that Abby, despite stating the opposite, she did feel that black people were beneath white people. And this only fueled Nia to prove herself even more. See, Holly and Nia would temper their responses as a form of protection, as to not be seen, like I stated, as the media always likes to show black girls and women. Holly would remind Nia that as long as she stayed true to herself, she wouldn't do anything that she regretted, which is a good statement to stand by. However, knowing me, if I slap you, I ain't gonna regret it. So I'm staying true to myself. Nia often felt like this was hard to keep in mind, but in the long run, this grounded mindset allowed for Holly and Nia to both overcome every obstacle that came their way. Let's get into some of these solos. Remember, I talked about some of the solos, but one of Nia's most controversial solo was They Call Me La Quifa, the postmodern pimp. What? Y'all already know the music. And it's a solo that really stirred the pot because Abby had requested that Nia wear an afro. Now, I already talked about the whole my hair looks fierce. That was what she was talking about. And again, I'm gonna reiterate it. Black hairstyles. If you've ever watched Bring It with Diana Williams and you've seen how she like dresses her baby dancing dolls, like when they have the big pigtails and they're super cute with the curls, that could have been the hairstyle. I'm sorry, I'm still on this whole Abby just said, wear an afro. I'm wearing a little fro myself. This is not an afro. A fro and an afro are two different things, y'all. Just so y'all know. But Abby often came across to Holly and Nia as someone who thought they knew everything. She didn't. Like I told y'all, she's not the most colorful crayon in the box. And it was hard because when you try to convey the complexities of race on a national level, it's difficult because serious matters are often reduced to an argument. Nia states she understands Black people don't always wear afros, some of them do. What she's saying is that don't use it as entertainment, use it to educate and enlighten people on cultures and identities. And I agree with that. Abby was so far up the typecast tree that she would even admit to Debbie Allen that she doesn't see color. And again, that whole I don't see color thing is just to minimize other people's pain. That's like me saying, I can walk, so I don't need a ramp. Does that make sense? Because there are people who can't walk and they might need a ramp. Or I can see without my glasses. I don't need glasses. But there are some people who can't see without their glasses. Are y'all seeing what I'm saying? So when you say, I don't see color, you're minimizing the experiences that people are going through. I don't look at every white person and think they're racist because that makes no sense. However, white people look at Black people and think we all got an issue with them and we all just don't care. We just want to mind our business, get what, as a US citizen, what I was told I could have, and live my life. Nia would have a good friendship with Shangela. I'm not gonna go through too much of that because I know Shangela got her own stuff that I ain't got taught. It's on there, look it up, okay? Nia recalls that she started meeting dancers and choreographers from all over the world and who made it a point to see her and tell her that they like her dancing. They saw her talent and potential. Affirmations that Nia needed due to the way that Abby's negative and mean comments came off on the show and people repeating those. Nia's success was not happening at the ALDC. Rather, it was happening with people who surrounded her and not use the show to define her. The only thing that she could do was grow, mature, and develop into her full potential. Like a butterfly. Like how I brought that back. I thought of like Brooke Hyland's, her, what was her solo? The butterfly one? Blackness. Nia often struggled because some of the viewers, Black too, African American and Black viewers, often accused her of not being Black enough. And I'm gonna need y'all to understand, Black people are not a monolith. Okay, we are just like everybody else. We have Black people that like to read. We have Black people that like science. We have Black people that like to watch baddies. I watch baddies. I also watch anime. I'm watching Full Metal Alchemist right now. Does that mean I'm not Black? No. Does it mean I like other things like regular people do? Yes. So there's no difference. Nia brings up that her family was a part of Jack and Jill, which is a membership organization of mothers and children focused on nurturing the future African American leadership through leadership development, civic duty, and volunteer services, which is a great organization. However, Nia, I gotta call you out because it's a membership, so you pay into it. And no tea, no shade, because I already got I can do a whole policies on democracy about the NAACP, how I really feel about them. But Jack and Jill is a great organization to those who can afford it. However, majority of Black Americans cannot afford it. So it's a very exclusive membership. Now, they say they do leadership development, civic duty, and volunteer services. I've yet to see that. They may do it, but they don't do it on a big scale like how I think they should. And I feel like if you're gonna be an organization that's supposed to be uplifting future African American leaderships, your leaderships can't just come from middle class. You have to go up and you have to reach down below. You have to educate your community. And I feel like a lot of these organizations, they just don't do that. They don't educate the community. They don't go out, they don't do the footwork. They just assume, okay, these are the people that want to do it, instead of actually going out into the neighborhoods and educating people, because some people just don't have time. They're working, they have other issues going on, and they don't have time to educate themselves. So that's what these organizations are supposed to do. They're supposed to go out and help the communities, but they're not. Sorry for my little rant. Nia feels that the reason that people often felt like she wasn't like secure in her Blackness is because they never saw how she or Holly interacted with Black people on the show. And that was something that Nia had no control over, the lack of diversity with the cast. Not her problem. But Nia would often get comments that she was trying to be too white, or that she didn't know she was Black. And I faced this with how prop where I taught. I got called an Oreo by a bunch of other black kids in orchestra and had to shut them down real quick and then explain to my high school orchestra teacher what an Oreo was. In 8th grade, I had a Hispanic male student literally look at me and say, "You don't sound black." Excuse me? What does black sound like? I'll wait. And he couldn't answer me. Nia never forgot who she was, and that awareness was often highlighted due to the lack of diversity at the studio and within the competition dance industry as a whole. Side note, I want to point out, because a lot of fans will say, well, why didn't Nia go to a studio that was diverse? She lives in Pittsburgh, y'all. She already just said it's predominantly white. So that right there is going to let you know that there's no studio like that. Well, she could have moved. You wanted her parents and their 3 kids to move out of an area that they probably bought a house, they probably have a mortgage, just to have her dance at an all-black studio. In a perfect world, Nia would have danced at an all-black studio. In a perfect world, Nia would have been around other young black women to grow and develop into amazing young women in a perfect world. But we don't live in a perfect world. So I just want to point that out because a lot of people are like, well, she could have danced with Diana, Dancing Dolls. Diana is in Jackson, Mississippi. They live in Pittsburgh. That's 3 states, 3 to 4 states away from each other. Make it make sense, Judy. Make it make sense. Nia often found it interesting that many great dancers were black, but the lack of black dancers in dance competitions were few to none. People would also give false claim about black dancers, like black dancers weren't technical enough, despite most music genres coming from, black folk. But that's a tale for another day. That their musicality was off. Again, black people have natural rhythms, just like everybody else. Doesn't matter. And actually, we are more disposed to feeling beats 2 and 4 in rhythm because that's what are prevalent in African music rather than the European-centric 1 and 3 in classical music. Or they don't have dancers' bodies, which we all know is not true. Nia had also begun to notice the dissonance between the presence of talented black dancers dancing professionally and those black dancers in the competition scene. Many talented black dancers didn't grow up as competition kids. They just took dance and then they took it and went with it. Something that made her wonder about the true underbelly of the competition industry. Capitalism strikes again. Nia was often held as the token black dancer, as a way to say, look, our team isn't racist. We have a black dancer. And Nia hates the word token or being used as a token because it just generalizes and stereotypes people, which is true. It creates room for tokenism. Nia is the black person who is tolerable to white people, and she hated that. And it allowed people to assume that because she was surrounded by white dancers that she didn't like being black, which was farther from the truth. And Nia often wanted there to be more black dancers on the team and at competitions. Some people would claim that Abby only kept Nia on the show to be the token black girl, but Nia doesn't feel that way. She thinks Abby really wanted to get rid of her. Abby didn't want diversity on her show, and her actions really showed it. Nia's tokenism would be extended to the dances that she was given, such as Rosa Parks, especially with her having to fight for the role of Rosa and have the producers and Jill joke about a white child being Rosa, causing Nia to recognize the microaggressions from Jill that she and her husband sadly have instilled in Kendall. And I want to side note and say, it's fun to kiki and kaka about the whole Jill trying to make Kendall Rosa Parks, but at the end of the day, we really have to be honest, that's not a real joke. That's not a joke. Kendall is white. You don't have a white child play a black woman, because if we put Nia and Kendall into the position of a Rosa Parks, Nia would have felt more like Rosa than Kendall. Kendall would have had privilege already. So the idea that people are still caca and kiki and laughing about this, it's kind of ran its course. In the beginning, it was a little okay, little TV moment. Now it's like, no, we're done disrespecting Rosa Parks by saying Kendall should have been Rosa Parks. Absolutely not. And Jill should have not done that to get camera time. But she did it because she's thirsty and wanted a check. She'd do anything for a check, no tea, no shade. Then Nia's next dance was called Free at Last. It was a contemporary group dance, but they would change it to just At Last because the producers were worried how the dance would be perceived. Again, they only changed it when they were worried about their behinds. Typical. Abby was vocal about how she felt Nia wasn't a good dancer and how the only reason they won was because of Maddie. And I hate this because it's like, it's your studio. They're your dancers, right? So that's your technique up there, right? So that's your work up there, right? That's your training, right? That's your studio. Those are the people that you hire to train your dancers, right? So your training isn't giving what it's giving. Are y'all getting what I'm getting at? That Abby complained that Nia wasn't a good dancer, Chloe wasn't a good dancer, Brooke wasn't a good dancer, Mackenzie wasn't a good dancer, Paige wasn't a good dancer, Kendall wasn't a good dancer. They're all her dancers. But Maddie was good because you poured into Maddie. It's the whole, like, if you pour into something, you're going to see it grow. And if you're only pouring into Maddie's flower pot, it's going to grow. You're letting it get sunshine. You're giving it affirmations. It's going to grow. And if you're not doing that for all the other girls, they're not going to grow. Regardless of if they needed to be homeschooled or not, regardless of if their moms wanted to take them out of school or not, point blank, period. As a music teacher myself, I pour into my students equally. I do not treat one better than the other because that is not fair. I cannot treat them all like they're individuals. I have to move around with my teaching to do that. I have tools that I use to help this student. I have tools that I use to help this student. This student might not need that much help, so I'm just gonna see what they do, and if they need me to come in, I'll ask them. And if they say, no, I'm good, okay, then we're good. Nia details how there is a difference between getting a dance that celebrates your heritage and culture than just getting a dance because you're black. Nia was often cast for negative roles in many dances, like when Abby wanted her to be the bully, and then they gave it to Peyton. And I'm glad Holly shut that down, because no, we're not making a black girl a bully. And if it was me, it would have been more interesting to just have each of the girls take a time at being that role instead of just trying to give it to Nia. While many of her other castmates in some dances would be portrayed as fairies, princesses, and even royalty, Nia even remembers a culturally inappropriate dance that she did called Tribal Council based on Native American culture. Nia resonated with this because she does have Native ancestry on both sides of her family, and her middle name comes from it, Sioux. Abby knew this and gave Nia the lead of the dance, but the dance did not reflect Native American indigenous culture very well, something that Nia recognizes, even when they did other styles like Bollywood too as well. However, Nia did enjoy learning Bollywood because it taught her the respect for the dance and the culture that came with it. Holly would often protect Nia as well as fighting on her daughter's behalf, all while being calm and collected, such as she never swore on Dance Moms. With a plethora of emotions, Holly always responded in an articulate and classy way. It took some serious strength, and I feel sorry for Holly. Nia recalls how her portrayal on the show would also affect how people saw her. So in season 1, they were at Abby's house in Florida playing in the pool. They were doing this like watermelon game where you put oil on the watermelon, you put it in the pool, the kids have to get it out. So as they're playing, I think Nia or one of the Highland girls won the watermelon, and Maddie got out of the pool saying that somebody had kicked her and she got injured. Nia doesn't recall being near Maddie, but she didn't see what happened, and because all the kids were playing, it wasn't a big deal, so she couldn't confirm or deny if her or any of the other girls had accidentally hit Maddie or not. Out of nowhere, Melissa just states Nia had to be the one to kick her, which shocked Nia because she was nowhere near Maddie and she thought she was crying because she didn't win. Hot take, I think it's both. I think Maddie did get injured in the game like most kids do. When you're all piling against each other, you're gonna rub and hit each other. But secondly, I also think she was upset because she didn't win. Both can be true. And this would be seen all over national television, and since Nia had brothers, she had to be a rough child. Something that Melissa brought up, which is funny because Paige and Brooke also got a brother. Clock that tea. But Melissa would apologize for this behind the scenes, I guess. And while Nia appreciates the apology, it doesn't excuse what she said and how that small mistake was used against Nia as a huge strike. And I'm glad that she's highlighting this because we've seen it happen against time. Think Emmett Till. Literally a white woman lied and said that he whistled at her and a bunch of white men beat this boy to death. And then they got acquitted. If you don't know, I'm not gonna put his picture. Go ahead and look up his actual photo because his mother had an open casket so you could see exactly what they did to that 13-year-old boy. He was a boy. But she says that Melissa, Maddie, and Mackenzie have since educated themselves, as they should, and they've become allies to the diverse communities. I guess. Maddie maybe. Kenzie is kind of flip-floppy. You might see her hang out with people of color and then she doesn't, so question mark. Nia moves on to discuss the other black dancers that had also appeared on the show, such as Kaya and Nakaya. Kaya was a black mother who brought her daughter Nakaya onto the show. She refers to her as Black Patsy a couple times in the book. I will not be referring to her as Black Patsy because she has already stated that she doesn't like it, and I find it weird that Nia would say that she also doesn't like being, you know, stereotyped. So I would hope that she would give the same grace, but I guess Nia just put that in without knowing if Kaya likes that name. Kaya does not like being called Black Patsy. She said the women at her studio just call each other that, like Black Patsy, White Patsy, Asian Patsy, Irish Patsy, just to make a fun play on the whole Patsy Ramsey thing. Nia was excited to have Nakaya there, but she felt like Kaya was playing it up for the cameras. And Nia didn't want to be put against Nakaya because she wanted them to be there and dance together, showing unity rather than being there for the drama. Viewers and fans were often mad at Holly for not being nice to Kaya when Kaya came in hot. However, I do think Holly could have extended grace and understanding to Kaya while Kaya could have done the same. Again, Kaya was probably just listening to what the producers were telling her, and I think if her and Holly would have had an off-camera talk, it would have been great. Now, I am going to bring up the fact that Kaya is a lesbian, and the moms did seem to have an issue with that, and I know Holly, Black Christian, whatever, right? But I do feel like, I don't think Holly had to right away accept Kaya, but I think she could have just had a conversation with Kaya and be like, hey, look, we are the only two ones that have Black daughters. My daughter is so excited that your daughter is here. Like, let's just cool it. Let's just talk. Let's just have a good time. The other moms are, you know, that's just, they are so used to a certain thing. And I believe at the time, Kaya and Nakaya were from St. Louis. So they were in a majority Black area versus a predominantly white area. So how they were going to be perceived and kind of show themselves was going to be entirely different from Holly. But I think that would have been a great way to show the spectrum of Blackness, that we're not all one way and we're not all another. And Nia was sad to see how Kaya and Nakaya's time on the show continued to play out. You know, Jill fighting with Kaya, Nakaya being on their rival teams. But again, it started with the ALDC moms. They were very disrespectful. I will call it out. Next, we had Christy, Ray, and Asia. And Asia was the second Black dancer to join the team. And side note, Asia is Black. Well, Asia is multiracial, but I believe she identifies as Black. I'm not entirely sure, but she is multiracial. So her dad is Black, and then her mom is like Pacific Islander, Hispanic type of thing. So Asia is multiracial. And Nia, again, was excited to have a dancer who looked similar and had a similar way in expressing herself like Nia, and they worked really well. Nia recalls that they had a duet where they were supposed to warm up because they had partner work, but unfortunately, due to production, they got rushed on stage. And this could have resulted in them being injured, but luckily they performed it like professionals. Nia was grateful for Asia's poise and partnership throughout their experience together, calling Asia a talented dancer, and they are still friends to this day. And Asia's actually still friends with a lot of the girls to this day. And Holly and Nia were able to recognize the pattern of production, bringing in new girls or problematic parents to cause drama. Nia was often disheartened for the majority of her experiences with other Black dancers to end in a negative or short-lived experience. There is another Black mom-daughter duo that Nia does not talk about right now, and that is Camila and Cameron. And they will come up later on, but I think she definitely should have brought them up here because she was already introducing people. But overall, I think Nia did a fantastic job explaining her dilemma as being the only Black dancer, as well as the consequences of the show bringing in other dancers, particularly Black dancers as well. It was a great chapter to discuss her experience as a Black dancer, especially being one of the only Black dancers for a majority of the show. Nia begins this chapter that saying how when things got difficult on set, Holly was her rock, especially in LA. Holly was not just Nia's mom. She was her best friend, her assistant, her stylist, her chauffeur, driving Nia to acting classes, workout, training, voice lessons, and anything else she needed. Basically being a parent. Holly would even be mistaken for her manager at times, despite not taking that role. Although she would help Nia with meetings, appointments, and responding to emails, as parents should help with their children. It was discussed that Holly would not be her manager because Nia wanted her to be her mom. And I appreciated that they had this discussion because looking at some of the other castmates, their moms were not moms. They were momagers. And that explains why their relationship, in my opinion, is not as healthy or close like Nia is with her mom. Nia recognizes that she never knew how amazing her relationship with her mom was until after Dance Moms. While some of the girls have good relationships with their moms, they never really hang out with their mom. And I agree with that because me and my mom are pretty close, and I wonder if that's just a cultural thing. Like Black people, we are often close with our parents and our elders, and I think that's just something that's instilled in us to be around those people because they are a wealth of knowledge. That's just what I experienced. Dr. Holly Frazier was Nia's #1 fan and biggest supporter, believing in Nia and letting her know she could do anything and whatever she puts her mind to it. Holly prepared Nia for the real world and allowed Nia to have a lead in how and where her career would go, making her own decisions whether good or bad, while standing by her daughter's side. This got me a little emotional because my mom is the same way. I believe parents should guide their children to be the best they can, but also have faith in the decisions that they make. Nia moves on to how she would get upset when people would call Holly a bad mom, but she explains that the trauma she experienced was not caused by her parents. Now Nia, I love you, girl. It was a mixture of things, but your parents do have to take accountability because they did keep you in a situation that was unhealthy. However, you also chose to be in that. And at that point, Nia was a child. And that point is when her parents should have said, you know what, Nia, this is not worth it. I know you want to do this. We'll do it a different way, but we are not going to be in this environment. In an environment that I know is pushing you down and keeping you from being your true potential. While Nia may have wanted to be on the show, Holly did have a right to allow her child to follow her dream despite the pros and cons. And if they agreed as a family to do it, then they agreed as a family. And all the moms signed the same contracts. So I don't want to hear this, well, Holly was a bad mom, then Christy was a bad mom, then Kelly was a bad mom, then Kathy was a bad mom, then Melissa was a bad mom, then Jill was a bad mom, then Kira was a bad mom, then Jess was a bad mom, then Ashley was a bad mom. All the moms who signed these contracts and knew everything that happened, they're all bad moms. Let's not point the finger at one and say, well, this one's the worst. No, they all knew what they was getting into when they signed them contracts. Point blank, period. My only issue is with Holly because they're like, well, she's a moral person. Doesn't matter. She's not perfect. Just like all the other moms are not perfect. Holly would champion for Nia in the face of injustice, being a shoulder for her to cry on whenever she needed comfort. Sometimes the girls had other plans and they just wouldn't invite Nia, so Holly and her would go out having dinner, shopping, and enjoying their new life in LA. Only for Nia to see the girls hanging out with other people alongside with Abby, such as famous YouTubers like Todrick Hall. Nia was crushed and it hurt her because she's known these girls for years and none of them invited her over. Holly actually pointed this out in season 5 when she said Nia cried herself to sleep because the girls just didn't include her in things anymore, and the moms are like, oh well. But if it had been their child, y'all already know, clock that T. Nia would discover that Holly also had moments of breaking down, and Nia was saddened to hear this because she knows it must have been a lot for her mom, but Holly stated that she just kept her faith strong and she would pray, and Nia believed it's that belief and trust that got them through the tough times. Nia was very grateful to her mom for having her back, confronting Abby and the moms for blatantly leaving Nia out of the loop. Nia would then be approached by a different YouTuber, I'm not gonna say her name because I ain't like her, to hang out with her after she realized this happened. And she would actually bring JoJo with her so they can hang out together. And Todrick would even reach out and feel terrible. Side note, what is it with y'all and liking Miranda Sings? I remember when that whole thing was going on, and no tea, no shade, I never watched one video of that woman's stuff. I remember one of my siblings was watching it and I was like, that's not funny. She look a mess. She too old to be doing this. Like, I didn't like it. I didn't get the humor. It wasn't for me. So shout out to the fact that I never fell down that rabbit hole. Now I did fall down the Shane Dawson rabbit hole, but that's a whole nother story for a whole other day. Nia states the statement, when people show you who they are, believe you, resonates with her. Nia knew Abby did it on purpose, so she hung out with Another issue was this Taylor Swift concert. That's a choice. So some of the girls, Maddie and Kinsey, got tickets from Sia to go see Taylor and also got backstage passes. And instead of inviting Nia, they invited Kendall, and they also took Kendall's older sister. I think it was Riley. And this hurt Nia because they also knew she liked Taylor, and even if there weren't enough tickets, Nia would have paid for her own ticket to go. She just wanted to hang out with her friends. And luckily Holly did surprise Nia with tickets, and they weren't backstage pass tickets, but she did have a blast with her mom. And side note, I get being upset about that too, but it's also like Sia bought them for them and they could have gave it to anybody. They didn't even have to take Kendall or her sister. They could have took other people. But I get where Nia's coming from. It's like, we've known each other longer and y'all are acting like y'all kiki best friends. Now, to be fair, if I would have got tickets I would have gave it to my friends first before giving it to my friend and then her sister. But maybe Kendall asked if her sister can go. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't in the room. I didn't get tickets to go see Taylor Swift, and I wouldn't get tickets to go see her, no tea. These were the experiences that Nia remembers, and the only time she would remember her mom stepping in and doing things was really to help her morale and spirits up. The fans also did not give Nia the best experience either. She recalls how a few of the girls, Maddie, Kendall, and Kenzie, along with Nia, were at a meet and greet when a fan brought gifts for all the girls except Nia. They were snow globes with little Yorkies in them, and this hurt Nia because she was the only one that had a Yorkie, unlike the other girls. As she remembers standing there waiting, and it broke her heart. And again, I feel like if you're going to go to a meet and greet and you're going to get gifts, you might as well get gifts for everyone. Like, don't just get gifts. Don't just make 3 different globes if you know 4 girls are going to be there. You might as well just make 4 so it covers everybody. Or you just give 1 gift to 1 person. Like I said, I went to see Big Time Rush, and I already talked about it earlier. I do feel bad that Nia had to experience that, but I feel like you should still, as an adult and a parent, still try and make sure your children, if you're going to make 3 things, you need to make 4. If you know there's going to be 4 girls at a meet and greet, you might as well just make all 4 of them something. I know if I went to a meet and greet and I made something, I would make it for everyone to be inclusive. But again, like I said, these folks don't see inclusivity. They just don't. But then they'll cry when they're not included. Call it like I see it. But Nia states that it's one of the reasons that when Abby began to exclude her from events, like ALDC events, she didn't mind. Nia then moves on to addressing how she was treated compared to the other girls in promotional material for Abby and Dance Moms. Nia would talk about these, and I remember fans would pull the "be lucky you're even there" act. Nia had to learn to like her own company and just be herself without expecting to be seen as the popular one. Nia explains that people can't stand to see confident young black girls. Baby, they can't stand to see black people who are educated, wealthy, confident, stand in their own truth. It just rubs people's spirits the wrong way because they were taught to expect lower of black people. So when black people are driving nice cars, when they have Birkins, when they're out here going on vacations and they're in the upper echelon, when they're in first class or they're in the Emirates suites on the planes and stuff, it's something in their spirit that goes, wait, my brain can't, the matrix just stops working for them. Lower class, ghetto, obnoxious. Yet, like I said before, when these same traits are seen within other cultures or races, it's seen as desirable, funny, entertaining. And black people are often looked at under a microscope because it's easy to attack others than actually hold everybody accountable. It's easy to point at one person and point them out than actually acknowledge that everybody in the room got issues. Nia knows that her mom had to endure so much for her dreams, but she is so grateful that Holly came along for the ride. Nia knows that their journey was rough at times, but she recognizes the trauma that all the cast experienced and how it bonded them. Let's not, glorify trauma bonding. Nia mentions how she saw a clip where Melissa brings up how Nia also has privates. So basically, it was brought up, they were talking about Maddie having privates, and Melissa was like, Nia has privates too. And Jill responded, well, obviously, Nia is no threat to anybody. And Jill didn't have to say that. She could have just said all the girls have had privates, all the girls get privates. Why does she need to mention that Nia was no competition? Like I said, she made it a whole competition because she was scared to begin with. Holly is an educated woman. Holly holds herself in regard. Jill could never do that. Clock that tea. I told y'all, I literally was just listening to Back to the Bar today with Christy and Kelly, and they were talking about the whole music video thing, how Nia had her music video shoot and Holly had scheduled it for a break in between Jump, and the girls couldn't go, but the moms came and they was hating. Y'all was mad because Holly jumped and got the producers to do what y'all wanted them to do, and y'all didn't think of it first. That, like I said, they can't stand to see us win. There's something in their spirits. Honestly, I don't care. If you're living your best life, that's cool for you, babes. That doesn't stop me from living my life. It doesn't stop my bag. It doesn't stop what I do. But for these folk, somehow when you see a black person got something more than you, it upsets their spirits. I don't know what it is. Even Jill making a comment about Holly being an absentee mom was so disrespectful and rude. Basically, she was like, we get it, Holly, you work. And she was like almost trying to throw a dig, and it was almost feeding into that stereotypes that, you know, black moms are unfit and they're never there, and her working means she's not in her child's life, which is what we've seen the opposite in Holly. Holly's always there for Nia and supportive of Nia, and I think the moms are just projecting their jealousy and bias that Holly could get a doctorate and still be there for their children while they couldn't. Remember, Holly has a doctorate. They don't. Nia expresses that she is a firm believer that you don't have to put someone down to build someone up. And I agree with that. Like, and I think it must just be white culture, because I've seen a lot of white women compete with each other for no reason. They fight over looks, jobs, lifestyle, men. And I think because Holly was secure in herself, that it unconsciously upset the other moms because it felt like they couldn't have that freedom. And again, that's y'all's culture. Nothing to do with us. But Nia does highlight that despite being on the show, it did cause a strain with her family, especially her older brother, Evan. Nia hadn't realized the impact of her and Holly being on the show, but Holly would miss out important aspects of her eldest child's life, such as prom, school dances, football and lacrosse games, important moments of his youth. Nia also states that this would also strain his and her relationship. Like, she describes how one time the family was back together and he would get upset because Nia would try to have a discussion with him and Holly, only for him to state, "You have mom all the time, so back off during my time." And personally, Holly and Evan should have nipped that attitude in the bud, because first things first, that's not Nia's fault. Nia is going out to her goal that her parents both agreed to have her achieve. Now, if you have an issue with the fact that Holly is gone for a while, you bring that up with Holly. You don't sit up here and be mean to your sister, because your sister has nothing to do with that. He could have easily just said, "Hey Nia, me and mom, I just want a one-on-one with mom. Can I just have a one-on-one with mom?" He didn't have to say what he said right there. I would have nipped it in the bud as a parent. Absolutely not. You will not talk to your sibling like that. And if you have an issue, you come to us as your parents. Nia says one time she would bring EJ, Evan, to the iHeartRadio Music Award when her family came to visit her in LA. And, you know, this slowly mended her and her brother's relationship because he got to see what all went into the events that Nia was doing. And while their relationship didn't magically change overnight, it was a step in the right direction. Again, I think Holly and Evan should have nipped that in the bud. Nia does still feel bad that her mom was absent from her family, and it is a part of something that will still haunt her. And Nia does feel selfish, but she does acknowledge that if she would be given a choice to do it all again, she actually wouldn't. She would state because it has already put her family through too much. And she brings up the "it takes a village." Nia explains that it's natural to look back on situations and wonder what you could have done differently, knowing that despite remembering some hurtful and painful moments, there were also positive experiences as well. Nia will learn to not let anyone, the girls, or the moms, or even Abby get the best of her. She would conclude that Holly is the epitome of a great mother, and knows that Holly will continue to be her confidant, best friend, and the person she loves spending the most time with, stating she will always be blessed with Holly. This chapter really focused on highlighting and defending Holly, something that I think all the girls should do for their moms. I do feel bad for the experiences that Nia had to endure with her castmates, but it also highlights how a lot of black girls feel when they are in an environment that doesn't appreciate or highlight black talent. Despite a lot of them girls and people in those spaces liking our music and our dances, like I told you, they like the rhythm, but they don't want nothing to do with the blues. I do enjoy the little tidbit on her brother and would definitely like to know how it affected her younger brother as well. I think it's interesting to look at both brothers because Will is younger, but I think he may have understood something a little bit more than EJ, who took it a bit harder. And I get that Nia didn't want to slander the mom and the girls, but spill the tea, sis. We want to know the tea, the real tea. Nia describes that being a dancer is not for the faint of heart, even with the best of situations. Nia would lose faith and trust in Abby's training, thus Nia would train on her days off. Her goal was to combat the narrative that she was a bad dancer. And again, Abby wasn't a good trainer because you've had Nia since she was 3 and this is what you did with her? Clock that tea. Nia would receive a village that helped her in becoming a better dancer, consisting of the following individuals. Private lessons with Richard Elsie, who helped Nia with flexibility, strength, stamina, as well as turns and jumps. Kristen McQuaid, who aided Nia with her dance concept videos on YouTube by choreographing, directing them, and even funding them. The Arnold sisters, Chloe and Maud, who founded a tap group called Syncopated Ladies. Nia would actually join them for a dance video of Formation by Beyonce, allowing her to come into her own and having a feeling that she described as incredible. Nia would continue to grow and build her own network in LA. The support of her outside trainers, instructors, and mentors grounded Nia in a time where she felt so disconnected. She would even befriend Ava Michelle, a dancer who was brought on the show as a rival. Well, not really a rival, but she was brought on the show to join the show, but she didn't have an aerial, but then she became a rival. People would finally see Nia's talents and realize that what the show was portraying her to be wasn't the truth. Nia would reminisce on how the show would create opportunities for other castmates. The Lux video for Chloe, the Joffrey Ballet in New York, not the real one that's in Chicago, okay? Let's clock that C. The real Joffrey is in Chicago. To the dance magazine in which Nia would have to portray a gymnast, which meant that Nia wasn't even going to be the cover of it. And side note, why couldn't all the girls just be a genre dance? Why couldn't Chloe be ballet? Why couldn't Brooke and Mackenzie be acro? Why couldn't Nia be jazz, her and Paige be jazz, her, Paige, and Kendall be jazz, Maddie contemporary, modern, or even have Nia be modern, or mix it around, have Nia do ballet? They could have actually did that photo shoot a little bit different. Kendall looked great on the cover, don't get me wrong, but that photo shoot, questionable. Even in season 5, when Abby was saying that Nia was gonna be bookable, which is wild because if Abby was smart, she could have made Nia the next Raven Simone or Zendaya. Like I said, Abby wasn't thinking that far. She's not the most colorful crayon in the box. To season 6, where Nia had an opportunity to be on a spread of 17 magazine alongside Maddie and Kendall. And it was really Maddie featuring Kendall and Nia. And Nia was so happy because the experience on the shoot was perfect and was the confidence boost that she needed. And people at 17 magazine had already been saying she was giving mini Beyonce. While in LA, Nia would make videos for her YouTube channel, including a little bit of everything. However, there was a bit of a shift when fans were shocked to see Nia dance on her channel versus what they saw on the show. Almost as if Nia could dance and the show was just portraying her to be a bad dancer. With the positive responses Nia was receiving, she would invest more energy, time, and money into making content for her channel. Making videos became a passion of hers alongside with her little brother, Will. Nia would join a platform called Musical.ly, which would later transform into TikTok, you already know, allowing fans to get a better glimpse of her personality and was a platform to showcase her talents. Nia knows that people have written dissertations about dance moms, and she understands because it is a microism of American society, including all the parallels about equality, equity, privilege, stereotypes, bullying, and power. Which is why Nia was glad to have taken the narrative back on her YouTube channel. People needed to see a different representation of her rather than what the show portrayed, as they should. Even though the same stigma would continue to haunt Nia, including how the viewers would say, "My eyes were only on said dancer." Nia knew that was because the dancers were trained to only watch said dancer or see that dancer's true potential, which makes sense because reality television shows are not scripted, but they do have narratives and they do follow editing. Nia often jokes with her family that she could use dance moms as an example of media literacy, since it's a great example of what you watch and listen to can influence the way you see things. Nia's YouTube and TikTok became a significant force of good in her life, allowing her the opportunity to change the narrative. Another mentor that Nia ended up meeting was Debbie Allen, an award-winning producer, director, writer, actor, dancer, and choreographer, with many names such as Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, James Earl Jones, Whitney Houston, Lena Horne, and many more under her belt. Nia remembers meeting Miss Allen during the first season of Dance Moms after she auditioned for her summer program in LA. Nia would attend, and even though Miss Allen didn't teach all the dance classes, she was very present and very much involved in the day-to-day activities, unlike Abby. Nia remembers how Abby didn't want to do the show, so the dancers went to Debbie Allen's dance academy, Dada, and Nia loved her teaching style, along with the work that she has done and continues to do for Black dancers. Nia would recall having a duet with a fellow dancer named Kalani, an African dance called Isolations. It was African-inspired, but what hurt Nia the most was the next week at Pyramid, Abby mentioned that Kalani looked more African than Nia, and Abby was tripping. Let's just talk about the dance real quick. I think Kalani was much cleaner because Kalani came from a studio that valued technique within all of its dancers. So I think Kalani was cleaner, but I also want to note that Kalani was not trained by Abby. So Nia's lines and all of those things came from Abby. I think African dancing should have some imperfections to it because the real art form of African dancing is not perfect. It should be feeling and emotion combined into physical movement. Sure, as like I said, Kalani has clean technique, so whatever she does is gonna look clean on paper. But I do feel like Kalani was just going through the motions, where I feel like Nia was not as clean, but it still gave that African feeling. Nia would be offended, and despite brushing off Abby's racially charged comments, she couldn't do it with this one. Nia remembers that once season 6 ended, the show kind of got this monotone routine. Nia was beginning to feel completely and utterly burned out. Nia, however, would receive the best news ever. She would get a cake that said, "Congratulations, Nia." See, she had auditioned for this off-Broadway show called Trip of Love, and Nia was going to be a part of it. She was going to be spending her entire summer living in New York and performing in an off-Broadway show. It was an intense experience, but Nia enjoyed it. And a week before the show, her family went on a cruise that allegedly Holly had to reschedule multiple times on the show. I know I would be pissed. But Nia's first performance was just for the media, right before her official debut. It was an incredible run, and Nia was glad she got to work with Darlene Love, a major Broadway star who made a guest appearance in a few of the last shows. The entire experience was unbelievable, and it changed how people actually perceived Nia. She remembers many of the cast were shocked by who she was, and others would tell her that her love of the arts was like a breath of fresh air. Or maybe it was because Nia was young and fresh to the game. Nia would tell people this was the best thing ever and the best job ever. Nia would always come and leave with a smile on her face. Nia not only felt amazing, but she looked amazing. Nia described how so much thought and effort goes into a live show, with every night being a thrill because you have a different audience. Many of her family and friends would come to see her, including Kalani, Ava, even Kaylee Ware would come and see her. JoJo would try to make it, but the show was over before she could. Or Nia felt that it meant a lot to her to have some of her castmates and friends make an effort to come and support her. Nia's off-Broadway support was proof of her undeniable talent, and she was now a professional dancer and had earned an Actors Equity card. Nia's dream had come true because she believed in herself. For so long, she was overwhelmed with the perception that the world was against her. Once she came to terms with what she wanted, she was able to pave her way to success. Nia was very proud of her success and knew that she would be confident in her bright future that awaited her outside of the ALDC. This chapter really showcased that Nia was able to find and make opportunities despite a certain dance teacher's attempt to keep her plateaued. Nia performing on Broadway allowed for her talent in dance and performance to verify her abilities. It showcased what she was made of and what she could do. Nia didn't care that she wasn't making a certain amount of money for doing nothing. Rather, she was glad to have paved her own way to success, especially since Abby wouldn't be able to take credit for it, like she always tries to. I'm glad that Nia's experience allowed her to recognize her own talent and ability to thrive outside of Dance Moms and the ALDC bubble. It's why this book is so important. None of the other girls have really discussed their time outside of Dance Moms because majority of them do have to give Abby some credit, except for Nia. Now, I would like to see the other girls also write books so we can hear their successes, because some of them are making, waves and news on their own. But let's be honest, a lot of them, their names came from Dance Moms. No tea. After Nia's amazing summer with the Trip of Love, she wasn't sure if she actually really wanted to come back to Dance Moms. She wasn't 100% sure. She had a summer filled with singing, dancing, and learning to feel good about herself. And she would also be working on her first movie in Texas. So Nia felt that her experiences were further proving the point that people knew that she was in a position to receive the opportunities she deserved. It was not Abby, but it was Nia's tenacity and hard work that got her to where she's at. The brand endorsements, movies, performances, red carpet events, and everything that Nia had gotten were her accomplishments. Nia didn't really need Dance Moms. So when it came time for season 7 to be confirmed, Nia didn't really care. In her mind, she wasn't returning, and her family had their lawyer on standby just in case. The producers would approach them with the contract for season 7 and were immediately told that Nia and Holly were no longer interested. Although Nia did have second thoughts about leaving so soon. After a talk with her parents, they decided that she would only return if they increased her pay. The show doesn't receive residuals because it's considered news like most reality television. So Nia knew that they could afford to pay her more because they already made millions off of the girls and the moms and Abby. Luckily, the agreement was met, except it wasn't just Nia who would receive a pay raise, all the girls would. Nia was upset because she felt like her seniority and dedication should have resulted in a level of respect, but she chose not to harp on it, and she couldn't wait to finish this last season to get on with her life. So Nia walked onto the set for season 7, and she had so much confidence. A lot had changed in her life. She was homeschooled for 7th and 8th grade, but was now starting high school, and for her freshman year, she would attend the all-girls Catholic school called Oakland Catholic in Pittsburgh. This was the sister school to her brother's school, Central Catholic. Nia would attend her freshman year while her older brother EJ was a senior, but by her sophomore year, her younger brother would also be a freshman. Nia remembers being seen as Evan's little sister rather than Nia from Dance Moms. She would do honors math and science classes and was honestly shocked by how far she made it because she missed so much school due to filming in LA and doing most of her work remote. But Nia was thriving. She then moves on to discuss Lorianne Gibson and how she was brought in when Abby left. Lorianne Gibson is a choreographer similar to Debbie Allen. She has worked in the industry, has put in her dues, and she was a tough cookie, but she was someone who wanted to help the girls get better, especially Nia. A choreographer, director, TV personality, singer, actress, and dancer, Gibson has choreographed for musical talents such as Michael Jackson, Alicia Keys, Lady Gaga, and Beyonce. Even being featured on shows like Making the Band, sorry, I like gagged a little bit, and So You Think You Dance. Gibson saw Nia's potential and gave her the final boost of confidence she had been missing. And Nia remembers Gibson asking her when she first joined the show, what do you feel that Abby's held back from you? And Nia explained that she had been at the ALDC and on the cast for the longest, but it seemed like Abby hated her and wanted to crush her. Gibson wanted to know how Nia felt, and after reassurance from her mom, Nia would break down years of Abby's save your tears for your pillow and cry. Gibson would offer the following words: "No one has endured what I've endured, but it made me faster, bigger, stronger, better. They told me I couldn't, and I did. Not only did I get in, I dominated. I'm not afraid of Abby Lee. She should be afraid of me." And Lorianne, she gave the girls affirmation. She made them, when she told Kendall, "Are you lazy?" "I'm not lazy." "I'm sorry, what'd you say?" "I'm not lazy." "Okay then, so what's tea? If you're not lazy, why you letting some lazy person tell you you're lazy?" Make it make sense, Judy. Make it make sense. So Nia goes on to discuss how she had been given a duet, and at the last moment she would be replaced by, like I said, another black dancer on the team, Cameron Bridges. So she was another talented dancer who came on the last season of Dance Moms, and Nia and Cameron would become pretty good friends, with Nia happy to have another dancer, or she said comrade, but another dancer on the team who happened to be black. Nia was hurt about the switch. She wasn't upset. Instead, she was told that Cameron would just be a better fit, with Gibson wording it in a way that would not put Nia down. Nia knew that Gibson wanted to bring that spark of fire back in Nia and the others, especially after what Abby has done to them. Gibson knew how to give constructive criticism without breaking down Nia or the girls' spirits. Nia enjoyed working with and complimented Gibson on her industry skills as well as her teaching style and choreography, due to it being different from what Nia was used to, and she was able to see herself reflected in Gibson. Working with Gibson for those 3 weeks allowed Nia to open the floodgates to her emotions. Nia would discover that her feelings had been repressed for almost 7 years. Everything would be let out, and Nia would be seen in a different light. Instead of suppressing her emotions, not wanting anyone to get upset, and not allowing her body to rest and become vulnerable, it became exhausting, so this was a time for everything to be let out. Gibson would tell the dancers, "You are dancing like robots. You need to break free. You are so mechanical trying to be perfect. You're not actually dancing." And this is what dancers were used to. So having the chance to work with other choreographers was a step that Nia needed to disembark, not just from the show, but the toxic ALDC mindset. Nia recalls what saddened her the most was the treatment that Cameron also received from Abby when she was around. See, Cameron had a deeper complexion, and Abby would constantly talk about her skin tone. I don't know what's wrong with Abby, y'all. I can't help that. So one example was the fact, and I'm gonna use my hand, my feet is the same way, but Abby couldn't understand why the top of her feet was her skin tone, and then the bottom of her feet were light. I have a similar thing where the bottom of my feet look just like my hands, but the top of my feet, like the soles of my feet are very like white, and the back of my hand isn't. And that's just how some people are. Abby was confused because she's like, "It makes your feet stand out." And it's like, woman, bye. But Nia would state that Cameron was a beautiful and talented dancer, and she said that even Cameron made her want to work hard to be a dancer because Cameron was sharp and her technique was good. So Cameron pushed her. But despite that, Cameron didn't deserve the awful behavior from Abby, nor the typecasting that she would do for both Cameron and Nia. During the Dance to Help, Cameron, Nia, and another dancer, Daviana, would portray workers, while the other girls would portray the socialites. And the Dance dance would win, and despite Nia being the lead, she would not be praised for her character leaving her position and rebelling. Instead, Abby put her on the bottom of the pyramid and praised Cameron's subservient role. You know, making sure people knew their place. As if Abby didn't just assign the roles to the dance. So what's tea? Nia also goes on to talk about the last dance, and we'll talk a little bit about it before I give my thoughts. But Nia remembers they got to work with Aisha Francis, a former LA Lakers cheerleader dancer, who went to choreograph for Rihanna, Janet Jackson, Normani, and Beyonce. And she even danced alongside Prince, Chris Brown, Ciara, Kid Rock, Cher, and Jay-Z. She would teach her students to perform in high heels, but how to perfect the moves in 4-inch stilettos. Stilettos, pumps, in the club. Fun fact, those girls who wrote that song, first of all, they were not wearing stilettos, they were in kid heels. And second of all, they couldn't even get in the club. Clock that tea. So at the time, most of the dancers, I would say, were around 15, 16. Chloe, Nia, Kalani, Cameron. I think Kendall was about 14. And Abby would berate the dance, criticizing the tone and the look for the show. And I'm sitting here like, but didn't you have elementary school girls doing a routine called Topless Showgirls? Electricity? Again, the pot calling the kettle black. And the girls would tune it out, but the problem was actually just regarding the costumes. They had fishnet stockings with heels, they had bras and shorts on. And again, it wasn't much different from what the girls wore on the show. You could just see their developing bodies. And the movements were based on the Chicago-style musical, Chicago, with the musical theater and jazz steps. It was fresh and fun, and to be honest, it was, I would say, would be preparing them for what type of jobs if they went into professional dancing with what they would get. I feel like this just like I said, it prepared them for the professional jobs. But like, if you take a look at Cameron and the stuff that she's dancing and the things that she wore now, I think Cameron's probably like 23, 24. But when she started professionally dancing around 20, this is the stuff that she was wearing. And granted, she was 20, but she was prepared for it. Like, I don't saw her butt crack. That sounds so weird to say. Let me scratch that. I've seen Cameron in panties and bra perform with Usher. She performed other outfits, other clothing wear. Like, I think this was setting them up. Do I think that people made a big deal out of it? Yeah, because they've seen these girls grow up since they were kids. But let's be honest, they've had kids wear crazier stuff on toddlers and tiaras. So now we get to the end of season 7, and Nia recalls how when the season was coming to end, she would gain a significant following and started working with big brands, such as like Target, and she was contracted with them for almost a year to help launch a new line of kids' clothes. And Nia remembered when Holly would get a call about this meeting from the other moms, explaining that Abby was done with them, she didn't want to work with the girls, she only wanted to work with the minis. And the moms would ask Holly, are you with us to do our own dancing? And Holly would say absolutely. And Nia recalls after that moment, they never set foot inside the ALDC studio again. Nobody has, because it's a food court now. Clock that tea. But the dancers would continue the final season with Cheryl Burke and her assistant, Ryan Ramirez. Let's move on to Cheryl Burke. So Cheryl Burke began dancing at the age of 4 and was the first female pro to win Dancing with the Stars. I used to vote for Cheryl all the time, no tea, because she was the only woman of color, and I was just like, I'm gonna vote for her, yes! And Burke would be ecstatic to work with and give the girls her teaching style, which was quite refreshing. And Nia loved that she respected the dancers and in a way could relate to them when it came to the dance world. Nia then moves on to the final episode, and she said she remembers feeling so many mixed emotions as they closed in on the final day of filming, but she was ready to go. Despite the producers trying to say another season would happen, it was not, because Nia's 7-year commitment was up and she was both mentally and emotionally and physically and spiritually tired. Okay, girl was tired. And the producers kept insisting they were gonna miss the show, but Nia was like, nah, I'm good, peace. Hand me my pink slip. And in a bittersweet, Nia solo and the group dance would both win first place, and then it was over. Nia had survived, conquered, and redeemed herself in the end. She would get closure and never have to work with Abby Lee Miller again. With the show finally being over, Nia would have some complicated matters. She didn't know what she wanted to do. She enjoyed being on TV and loved performing, but she didn't want to be a professional backup dancer, or just a professional dancer. Nia didn't feel like she had the option of going back to just being an ordinary girl in Pittsburgh. How would she go back to living a normal life when her name and her face was known by almost everyone? Nia would feel lost and unsure of what came next. Where would she fit in next? So my overall thoughts I'm glad that Nia explained how the ending of the season was so powerful, and I'm so honored to have been able to read her experience from the last season, to Lorian Gibson, to Cheryl Burke, her rise in popularity and growing her brand outside of the show, Nia's respect for her fellow dancers, for her fellow dancer Cameron Bridges, and being inspired by her and even being forced to work harder because of Cameron. And she still supports Cameron to this day. Actually, Cameron just performed at Coachella, and she performed with Maddie. And actually, Maddie took some of her pictures that she posted on Instagram, so you could see like the Dance Moms girls all connected, and they got to, you know, work together and be in a space where they can, you know, dance freely and things of that nature. And Nia's finally realizing that she has the chance to fully discover herself outside of what the show portrayed her as. It's a good chapter. Pretty good chapter. Nia always looked forward to dancing every day. Her life had been given to perfecting her craft. But Nia now at this point no longer had a healthy relationship with dance. It made her feel sad and anxious. Nia would always be seen as the girl at the bottom of the pyramid despite her growing and becoming a better dancer. She would be nervous because not everyone watched her YouTube channel and knew the type of dancer she was. Instead, Nia gained a new fear. The fear of being recorded and scrutinized because she had been on TV. Nia was in a weird zone where she felt like people saw her as a washed-up competitive dancer, but she had also experienced the entertainment industry. Nia felt like she was never going to truly prove herself as a dancer, and maybe in a way, Abby did ruin her reputation. Nia hadn't danced in months, and she was nervous to underperform. She couldn't handle being filmed and humiliated. She had endured almost a decade of that, and she was not going to put herself through it again. Even now, Nia is cautious about going to every dance class or even going to a dance class because, you know, she doesn't want to go take a class, have fun, and then end up with the internet making fun of her mistakes, you know? And it's crazy because dance isn't always a perfect expression, especially in class. Like, mistakes happen, but Nia felt like she had to be flawless or else others would judge, solidifying truth to Abby's words, which I disagree with. Nia did, however, consider giving dance another go when some of the moms approached her and Holly about wanting to put together a tour. We get into the Irreplaceables tour. So the Irreplaceables tour, this was a tour that the girls, because they had started calling themselves the Irreplaceables on the second half of season 7, like as a dig at Abby, because Abby always used to say, "You're irreplaceable." So they called themselves the Irreplaceable, and the project was called the Irreplaceable Tours, and it would be arranged by the moms, their respective management, and a tour company, and it would include Kalani, Chloe, Nia, and Kendall. Mind you, there is a 5th member of the Irreplaceables, and it's Cameron. I'll come back to that. Keep that in mind, Cameron Bridges. So the idea was promising, but Nia lets a little tea. She doesn't let piping hot tea. It's a little lukewarm. But she says the organization of the event was just all over the place because the management teams of all the girls felt like it was up to the moms to handle the coordination, and the moms are looking at the tour company to do the work. So there was basically a lack of communication between all three. Got it. So even when practicing began, Holly and Nia had not signed a contract because they still had so many questions from her legal team. Speaking of the legality, Nia's family, more so her brothers, did not enjoy the idea of having Holly continue to travel since they just got her back after several years of having her not around. And with this in mind, Nia would decide not to participate. However, this would cause Kalani's mom, Kira Gerard, to threaten to sue Holly and Nia, even though she had no actual legal standing. I don't know why people be throwing out the suing word when they don't have legal standing. But despite pulling out, Nia would lose a good friend in Cameron. So speaking of Cameron was not invited to the tour despite her being a member of the Irreplaceables. And yes, she was a member of the Irreplaceables. She was there when they created the dance name. She was there when they were competing on the show. She is a member of the Irreplaceables. I see this rhetoric all the time, like, well, she wasn't with the girls, and she didn't. It didn't matter if she was there for 2 episodes. It didn't matter if she was there for 10 episodes of Dance Moms. She still experienced a little bit of Abby's hate. She still got to dance with the other girls, and she was there when they all created the name, the Irreplaceables. So she was on the team. And what happened was, like I said, Cameron was not invited, and because Nia did not tell her because her management team did not want to reveal future projects, you know, unless legal contracts were signed, which makes sense, it did hurt Cameron because it felt like a slap in the back. No tea, no shade. I still feel like Nia could have told her, and in a way, her and Holly could have been like, hey, you know, just so you know, they're thinking about doing a little tour. We have not been, you know, we didn't sign a contract yet or anything. We don't want you guys to mention it. I don't know if they reached out to you. You know, I still think that they could have reached out, no tea. Now, my opinion on this, no tea, no shade, because Cameron Cameron is a professional working dancer, okay? She gets to that bag working. Is that none of the girls wanted to be outperformed by Cameron. Because let's be honest, if you've seen the videos from the Irreplaceable tour, I'm messy. If you saw the videos, the girls were not dancing their best. Like, it was not giving dance tour. It was giving, we're just up here trying to make a quick coin. Get a quick bag is what it gave. No tea. And again, around this time, Cameron was training. She was dancing on her school's dance team. She was also doing other training activities. And some of the other girls were not training and they were progressing. And you could easily see whose technique was improving and whose was not. Kalani still has good technique, and obviously and last time I saw something of hers, she's opening up a studio, so shout out to her. She's actually a really good teacher. No tea, no shade. She's actually a really good teacher. So shout out to her. You know, she's married. She's probably about to have a baby in another year or two. You know, shout out to her. She's actually doing her big one. Kendall and Chloe, the technique just wasn't up there. Like, compared to Kalani, the technique wasn't up there. No tea, no shade. Now, Kendall did end up dancing on the Duke University's dance team, and I think that allowed her to have closure with her dancing. Chloe, I think, also did some dancing a little bit, but I don't think she does dancing as much now. So all the girls are slowly making their way back into finding that love of the art of dance, which is super important. So it would take years until Nia was able to kind of rekindle her relationship with Cameron, and it's still an experience that she feels horrible about because she never wanted anybody to get hurt in the process. So Nia's life was a sheltered life because of how busy she was with the show and dance. Nia needed the guidance of building a good parameter of what healthy relationships, friendships, and other relationships were. Something, you know, I can relate to because I'm learning how to be an independent adult, and you know, I'm gearing up to leave the nest for graduate school. I did my undergraduate. I literally commuted, so I stayed at home. I didn't really go away, so I didn't get that time to find out who I am. So graduate school, which I'll be applying to this fall. Very excited. But yeah, so stay tuned because we might end up doing like a graduate vlog series. We'll see. Don't ask me. Nia was so used to being a people pleaser at times that it felt like she was looking for love and acceptance in all the wrong places, which that comes from affirmations, sis. Holly, Evan, y'all must not have been doing enough affirmations, no tea. And Nia would confide to her mom, and thus they would have Nia go to a child therapist. And they would use the one that they had on the show, and no tea, no shade. I would have preferred if they found someone not associated with the show, because Stacy just didn't give, like, she actually did her job with the girls on the show, no tea. So I'm gonna skip through that. I took notes on Stacy, but I find that weird. Anyway, so Nia's mental health would become just as important as her physical health. Something that I also have worked on and continue to work on as well. Nia would learn to trust her gut when she got that funny feeling about people. As long as she was happy and not hurting anyone in the process, then it was okay. She remembered one of Stacy's statements, such as, "No one has the right to make you feel bad about yourself." And Nia would use this as a way to gauge how she would interact with people, especially when it could be people who she grew up with and knew. As Nia continued to uncover these truths, she would do some serious soul searching, including learning how to figure out how she wanted to be treated. Nia also would continue her healing journey, and this was one of the reasons she decided to write the book. She had gotten to a point where she felt like she could finally let go and have the guts to talk about her experience rather than her intention to make anyone look bad. Nia believes this was needed in order for her to fully move on, and she would have to acknowledge her past, the things that would hurt her, because pain could root itself into someone and just fester. The healing required that Nia got uncomfortable with her own story, wins, and losses by exploring the pretty, ugly, and unforgettable experiences of her life. When Dance Moms ended, Nia began to do a lot of work on herself, which took a long time, but with effort and support, Nia would recognize which people were not her friends and which did and did not love her. Nia would recognize that people who love you strive to make your life easier, better, and more fulfilled. And she would relocate her energy and remove those people from her life for a better and healthier version of herself, period. Can I get an amen in the comments? Go ahead and type that amen. Nia states the best to come out of the Dance Moms experience was the normalization of the importance of therapy. Nia is glad to have got to work with Stacy. I'm not. I wish she worked with somebody else. But Nia got to learn some excellent coping skills, resources, and strategies that served her well. Over time, Nia would build herself back up, surrounding herself with family, which definitely helped. After After the show, Nia would get a call from Chloe and Maud inviting her to meet them for dinner at Granville. Chloe and Maud had become great mentors to Nia, and thus they would all get closer. Nia had stopped dancing and she wasn't sure if she was going to return to dance. But while catching up, Nia would tell them, and their expressions spoke volume. They just couldn't believe the words that were coming out of her mouth. It was clear to them that Nia had been burnt out and discouraged, but that didn't stop them from recognizing Nia's talents. Rather, they were not judging, and they immediately went into action, making plans for private dance classes, reminding Nia that she was a dancer at her core. They were concerned that Nia had lost her spark, and they were determined to reignite the flame before it was snuffed out completely. Giving Nia what she needed, the conversation resonated with her and made her think, was she really ready to give up on dance? Both Chloe and Maud would stick to their word and privately teach Nia, allowing Nia the chance to relearn to love dance. Nia actually would film these privates, but she has not gotten the chance to post them, and she's not sure when she would, but as for now, she's glad she has these little bit of this private moment of her dancing to herself. Nia was so glad for people like Chloe and Maud, being blessed that so many inspiring people are in her corner and that she has maintained those relationships. Those connections helped Nia learn to love dance again and love herself more completely. Overall, the ending of this chapter really resonated with me for a simple reason of having people in your space really does change how you view things. I teach strings, I teach orchestra, so I play the violin, and for so long I felt very isolated. I'm the only one within my district who knows how to do my job. I'm the only one. The neighboring districts near my school don't even have orchestra programs. The nearest teacher to me is 20 minutes away. I don't even know who teaches orchestra there, because the Illinois teachers, none of us know each other unless you go to IMEC, and I don't go to IMEC, which is the Illinois Music Educators Conference. But because I joined this fellowship called FAZE, the Diverse Teachers Fellowship, it meant so much to me to have other teachers and educators who knew what it was like to feel marginalized and the minorities in our field. Like, everyone supports everyone. We do these like bi-monthly meetings. We get to catch up with each other. We get to hear what everybody's doing. And it's just allowed me to grow and become better in my field of teaching, but it also has allowed me to not feel isolated and feel like I'm alone in the things that I'm going through, or I'm alone when it comes to stuff. Like, it's very powerful. I'm actually going to another one of their conferences this summer in Pittsburgh again. So we're gonna have fun. Maybe I'll vlog that. I was supposed to vlog last year. I didn't do nothing. I had my camera too. I told you I'm vlogging. I have to pre-plan, because I can't just do stuff on the fly, because I will forget. Okay, you know, having a good support system is very important for being successful in the things that you want to do. So make sure you have a good support system. And at the end of the day, remember there's also one big support system, and that's yourself. Nia's life after Dance Moms would be filled with the following experiences. She started growing her content on social media, not so much becoming an influencer, but rather creating for fun, and an outlet to use her voice. See, she would even become a correspondent for NBC during the 2018 Winter Olympics in South Korea, in Seoul. She would also jump on the bandwagon of tourism in Australia to promote Just Dance Live. Nia's goals would also change, and she was checking them off one by one. She would end up attending PA Cyber School, studying from the second semester of her sophomore year through her senior year. And Nia's desire was to get an apartment in LA. Her thought being that if she was living full-time in LA, it would allow her more opportunities. But that bubble was busted by her dad. See, Evan would snap Nia back to reality, explaining that her family just could not afford for her to move there, even if she got a job and could afford it. And Nia would agree, but she was determined to meet her goals. See, Nia would get another chance when she signed on to the United Talent Agency. UTA has represented a vast number of celebrities, allowing Nia to get an audition for a so-called soap opera you all may have heard of called The Bold and the Beautiful. Y'all know y'all aunties and grandmas and great-grandmas and, you know, the family friend, like to watch soap operas. If you know, you know. I can still hear the theme in my head. Oh my gosh. But Nia would get booked for this show, which was a new territory for her because the script was different from reality television. Nia would only initially be a guest, but she would eventually become a series regular. And since the show was filmed in LA, guess what Nia needed? An apartment. So Nia would be paying for her residence, and her mom would give her a lot of ownership on where they would rent their first home, and they chose a beautiful townhome in the West Hollywood, far from their fresh days of Dance Moms. songs. The Bold and the Beautiful was a great learning experience for Nia. She would discover more about herself in acting. The process was challenging, but it prepared Nia as an actress by challenging her to get into character at the drop of a dime or snap. Nia would work with some amazing individuals, even learning from how they practiced and performed. Nia would also experience having a love interest and having several scenes in which they had to kiss, hug, or touch, but they remained professional. And she said she had never done this, but her comfort was always kept in mind on set. They were always making sure she was okay. And despite being one of the younger members of the cast, she was so excited when Maylee Brady joined the cast, and the pair still have a good friendship to this day. Working on the show for 2 amazing seasons before getting killed off, because it's a soap opera, Nia was bittersweet about it because her departure was abrupt and unexpected. However, she still discovered that people loved her character and were proud of her. Now, I just want to point out, and Nia points this out too, no one really dies in soap opera. Like, Nia could come back as a ghost. She could be someone's evil twin sister. She could be someone's reincarnated daughter. Like, it's soap operas. No one dies. So Nia would move on to her next goal. She would travel back and forth during her final year of high school, slowly getting to experience things she hadn't been able to. Which leads us to college and university. See, as college season came towards the end, when people were applying to colleges, FAFSA, decision time, Nia would feel anxious. This was a big decision that would move her into adulthood and would be a major impact on her future. Yet Nia always saw herself living on the West Coast. Same Nia, San Francisco for me. Yes, the Bay. I don't know. Comment down below. Do I give Bay energy? If you had to guess where I'm from, if you watch my YouTube videos, you'll know I'm from Illinois, Chicagoland area. But if you had to guess where I'm from, where did you think I was from? No tea, no shade. I'm not gonna feel offended. One thing for certain, Holly was moving back to Pittsburgh because Nia was gonna be 18, and Nia wanted to apply for UCLA. And she was excited about applying there because she had actually already been on the campus for a few events. One in particular was the Michelle Obama's Reach Higher program. And Nia had already been involved in multiple organizations that helped her learn the importance of making contacts in a variety of opportunities, because you never know when these relationships may intersect or connect, which is true. Nia could also see herself as a UCLA student. Nia would downsize her residence since it was only her living in LA now, while she still figured out what to do. However, the C-19 pandemic would shut things down before Nia could officially move into her new apartment. It was several months before Nia would be able to live full-time in her new apartment. So Nia did stay back at home in Pittsburgh during the pandemic. And this allowed Nia to feel some relief on putting the process on hold and continuing to enjoy her senior year in the work she was doing. But Nia was worried because she didn't take a lot of advanced credit classes, and despite her strong GPA and resume of community activities, she was still nervous about applying, which is wild because her community achievements should be enough for any school to want her in OT. She was out here doing a ton of stuff. That's a great person to promote your school right there. But Nia also thought about maybe taking a gap year like Holly suggested. It would allow her to take some time to think about what she wanted to do without the added pressure of college. And because the pandemic had caused the world to slow down, it gave Nia time to reflect and heal before she figured out what her next moves were. Nia remembers getting into a conversation with her mom about how people were posting about getting into colleges, and Nia hadn't heard anything back from UCLA. Well, she checked her email, and there it was. Our girl Nia got accepted into UCLA! Period. This was shocking because at this time, UCLA was only accepting about 9% of its applicants. That's pretty competitive. But Nia was told she was going and claims this was another example of how life was taking an unexpected turn. She would celebrate with her family, they had a cake, and she even wore a UCLA t-shirt. And she was excited to imagine what her life would be. Now, when Nia went to UCLA, it was not at all a normal college beginning. See, her whole freshman year was held online, and that saddened Nia. And at that time, I was actually a sophomore going into junior year, so technically she would have been a freshman and I was a junior at the time. And I remember my music classes being over Zoom, the internet crashing out, so I get it, okay? But it ended up being a blessing in disguise because it helped Nia to adjust to college life and standards. It also allowed Nia to continue to film and work. Despite the protocols being strict, Nia would work hard to follow the guidelines, especially when she was filming in Canada. Nia would also reunite with Sherry Shepherd. The pair even grew close and created a bond. Nia would also publish a book, Today I Dance, about a little girl going to her first dance class and learning how to dance. Inspired by Nia's own experience, with a cover featuring a dancer that looked just like her. Nia would move on to a new phase of life and the many opportunities that would continue to evolve her. Overall, hearing that Nia was struggling with college decisions sounded so normal. So many students are, worried about college, university, their future. I remember being worried when I started seeing everybody else was talking about with schools. And yes, I was getting offers and stuff, but it was like, dang, I don't even know. And I was the first person between my parents to go to college. So first generation college student to my parents. We had family members who had went to college, like my aunts and stuff. But it had been a while, and college was completely different from the 70s, okay? So I just remember thinking like, oh my God, am I going to school? Am I not going to school? What am I going to do? I don't even know what I want to do. Panicking. And I went to school. I got my degree. My degree is actually, I had to dust her off. My degree with my name on the bottom. Sorry, I'm acting up because look how pretty it is. Yes, I have my college degree in my room because I also have my middle school and high school diplomas in a box in my basement right now, but yeah. As I was saying, it was just good to see that Nia was having those same experiences that many people have the same experience as. Knowing that Nia was able to achieve her school by getting into the university that she wanted was really sweet to read, especially her ambition and drive to continue to do what she wants in her life. In a way, Nia was starting to live the life she wants, and I love that for her. Nia remembers that during her college time, she was able to vote. It was 2020 election. Y'all already know. And Nia remembers that voting was very important in her house. Same. My grandma took me to vote for my very first time. I'm pretty sure it was 2020, the Illinois midterm elections. And my grandmother, literally, I went at 5 in the morning before she dropped me off at the train station to go to college. And she's like, you need to vote. You need to make sure you get your sticker and things like that. And I was like, yes. Very excited. And with her family making sure she was ready, that she was already registered to vote when she turned 18, Nia would become involved in voter advocacy, a goal to help people learn about the importance of voting, but to remind eligible voters that their votes matter. Nia would find various ways to volunteer, such as working as a voter register and at a food drive at the Heinz Field in Pittsburgh. If you know the Heinz ketchup, starting in Pittsburgh. Nia would get advice on how to navigate the political world as a woman of color from Jade Bernard. With enough work and drive, the young voters in 2020 saw an increase in voter turnout and were able to swing the vote blue. Yes, we did. And then 2024 came around, and I don't know what y'all hoes did. Y'all saw a woman running and said, ah! Calling like I see it, no tea. Nia would continue to be involved with other organizations, including the Democratic National Convention. Don't get me wrong, I'm for Democrats, but stay tuned for a policy on democracy video about the DNC and RNC, because I got tea. I got boiling hot tea about those two. Nia would be plugged into various political organizations, even working with people who provide resources for the following: COVID care and women's rights. She would even meet First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. And she was invited to the White House for the annual decoration celebration for Christmas time. And Nia would also, in a way, make big purchases for this event. She would buy herself her first real designer suit, her first Chanel bag, and her first pair of Louboutin heels. Period, Nia! Yes, work! And she also started to create a long-standing relationship with the White House and the DNC. Interesting. Y'all gotta have people on game. As the world returned to some normalcy, Nia would gear up for beginning to take in-person classes on UCLA's campus. She would be encouraged to try and live on campus so she can have, a full college experience, but she did keep her apartment just in case, in case she got tired of the hoes. Nia had little experience being in a traditional school environment, let alone living with other people. The concept was a bit scary and intimidating, but Nia loved the idea of being able to decorate her dorm and having suite mates. That's one of the things I'm very excited about when I'm like gearing up to go to graduate school is having my own space, because I've lived at home. Yes, I have my own room. Yes, I decorate my room, whatever. But having my own kitchen, having my own bathroom, being able to do whatever I want. Like, I've been doing what I want. It's a pickup in the back, put the trunk in the front, and tequila in the back, Betty Blunts in the front, purse 101, first 101. I don't complain. I just, sorry. Sorry, I just got like doing what I want stuck in my head. But Nia would soon discover that UCLA had a student-led dance club called Icarus Contemporary, and she would audition and be chosen for the team, which is weird that they had auditions, but nonetheless. So she would rehearse 2 or 3 times a week, with some performances taking place at basketball games, UCLA events, and social gatherings around the campus. Even though they didn't compete, Nia adored being on stage. She was excited to have the ability to dance, another step in her journey of healing. And Icarus allowed the members to choreograph and allowed Nia to discover that she actually loved choreographing too. Nia's junior year would be filled with her doing a big push for the midterm elections. She would go to Washington, D.C. and meet many other DNC members along with other influencers involved in voter advocacy. Nia would get to go into a press room and watch President Biden give a speech on the importance of the C9 vaccine and booster shot, which I had both. Well, no, I had the 2 vaccines. They told me I couldn't get the booster shot because they said I was somebody who was not immune comprised. What's the word before? Yeah, I got told I couldn't get the booster shot because I just didn't need it. And I was like, okay, cool. Resulting in Nia meeting him and even getting to see the Oval Office. And you know, Tino Shade, I'm jelly, y'all. I am. To go into the Oval, I've never set foot into Washington, D.C. at all. And mind you, my grandma has been to Washington, D.C. My grandma has met the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. Like, she has pictures with him. I'm gonna ask her the next time. I'm gonna be like, the next time you go to an Illinois event, can you bring me so I can meet the governor of my state? If I find a picture, I'll put up a picture of my grandma meeting J.B. Pritzker. I promise y'all, she met him, okay? She meets a ton of people. She used to go to Washington, D.C. Because she was part of the United States Postal Service. That's what the job that she had for a while before she retired, and she's part of the union, you know, support union workers. But Nia would also get some words of wisdom from Biden and was excited and in awe to meet him. She would even get to meet Vice President Kamala Harris and watch her speak at the University of Michigan. She was a media correspondent when it came to interviewing, but a few years later, she would do a roundtable event with Vice President Harris where they would discuss reproductive rights, women's rights, and human rights. Period. Nia would also continue to grow her social media, and she would do something called Role Model Mondays. And I remember she was doing this and it was really cool. So she would feature someone who she looked up to and who made a difference by highlighting how amazing they are. Just ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And I definitely love that series a lot. Nia would also launch a Facebook series called Dance with Nia, another thing that I had saw as well, in which she would interview dancers with disabilities and they would perform a routine together. Nia wanted her viewers to see the resilience, effort, and drive that these dancers had, inspired by their challenges and how they've overcome the obstacles. Along with those passion projects, Nia would gain another big achievement, being able to afford college without putting a financial strain on her family. Yes, stay tuned. See, Nia knew the cost of college, and one of the reasons why she didn't want to take out loans was because she told her agents she wanted to leave college with no debt, and they kept her working consistently, and guess what? She left college with no debt, paid off completely. Period. Nia's senior year would also bring an amazing opportunity. She would join one of the Divine Nine, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Holly being an alumni. And at one point, I actually thought I would end up being an AKA if I went to a university that had one. But if you ask my family, they all said that I give Delta energy. And now that I think about it, I give Delta energy. At first I was like, you don't think I'd be like AKA? And my aunts made a joke. They was like, you are light-skinned, so maybe. But my mom was like, nah, you give Delta because you literally ride for all your black sisters, regardless of skin tone. You literally would be there. And I was like, you right. I would be a Delta. No Tito shade. I have not had the opportunity to join a Divine Nine, but I would hope in the future I would be able to. Nia was able to be welcomed by the chapter on UCLA campus, and she was able to be around like-minded black women, and that's just what her spirit needed. And attending college would be the best decision that Nia ever made. It taught her about herself, life, and relationship with others. Nia would outside of school, do her first campaign with Ad Council, which was a really big deal. The mission was to convey the best storytellers to educate, unite, and uplift opening hearts, inspire action, and accelerate change. Nia would do a session called Capture the Combo, in which she would have candid conversations about mental health. Nia would bring a few of her friends from the industry, and they would discuss all their experiences in the industry with mental health. And the topics range from thoughts, anxiety, and depression. Overall, Nia's experience at UCLA with the DNC and many more had led her to gain an appreciation of hard work. I mean, she got to meet at the time, President Biden and Vice President Harris. Even as she was making her bid for presidency, she should have won, point blank period. Don't argue about that with me in the comments, okay? I'll eat your ass up. Nia continues to actually keep those letters from the Bidens, Michelle Obama, and even Harris, who actually would end up sending her a special correspondent after she found out she was a fellow AKA. That's so cute. All Nia wanted to do was to help people in a way that others did not help her. She was inspired by her parents and is thinking about creating a nonprofit. She's not sure about what it is, and the details are still coming together, but keep an eye out for that, because I know I will. Nia's drive to add more into the world is so inspirational, and I hope that she knows that people like myself and many others see ourselves in her, and we push forward so others can run and become successful. It's just starring your own life. I just wanted to add a little play on that. But the final chapter in this book, I just really wanted to discuss my thoughts and just sum it up. Go buy her book, support her book, go read her book for yourself so you can get a taste of her story. Me just talking about it is just a little sliver, okay? And me and my smart ass mouth, I'm sorry, I just have to. So overall, Nia's culmination of her book results in her recognizing her own self-worth. Being a star in your life does not mean immediate stardom, but rather it means taking the narrative and creating a space in a way that allows for you to shine in all your glory. While social media and media in general paints people in certain lights, Nia will continue to make her own moves, course correcting those views and living her life as authentically as she should. And that should be a lesson for everybody to do that. Live your life as authentically as you should. Nia would receive grateful and overjoyed support from people who could relate and understand what she went through. Sharing her journey of highs and lows made Nia vulnerable, but Nia wanted people to see that because it humanized her and made her relatable, allowing Nia to love aspects of her life that she was forced to hide, her blackness and her authentic self. Nia recalls how during the pandemic, Dance Moms would gain popularity, but this time things would be different. See, fans who grew up watching it now saw it in a different light, and they were calling out the show for the treatment of the girls and even holding Abby and the moms accountable, which I 100% agree with. Nia recalls how Abby had gotten cancer, and despite Holly and Nia wanting to come and see her, Abby would deny them, and in that moment, Nia knew her closure was right then and there. So side note, Abby had actually brought this tea. Abby brought this tea out, but she never named anybody. She said that one of the girls, she didn't specify who, had reached out and she had denied them from seeing her. Well, years later we find out it was Nia and Holly. And of course, it would be the black mom and daughter duo that would actually reach out to see you. And I think Abby was just pissed because Melissa, Maddie, and Kenzie didn't reach out. Maddie didn't reach out. That's the team. But Nia would realize that she didn't need Abby, and she wouldn't save a lane or space for her. And again, like I said in this whole video earlier, I find it ironic, super ironic, that Nia was in a wheelchair and overcame the ability to walk and become bigger and better, while Abby's ass is still in a wheelchair. Let me check, because I'm pretty sure she's still in a wheelchair. I'm trying to find a picture of her. Yeah, the hoe is still in a wheelchair, y'all. I told y'all. Karma will get your ass real fast. Karma will get you. And Nia would continue and give this advice. Don't let anyone steal your joy. And I agree with that. And she even talks about how Abby had put out this apology during the whole Black Lives Matter thing with, the Blackout Tuesday. She was just trying to do a fake ass apology. And she actually never apologized to Nia or Cameron. She only apologized to Cammy, who was one of the minis on season 8, and her mom. And she didn't even apologize to Kaya or Nakaya. And Abby's pyramid would become America's pyramid. In a way, Abby's words still have long-lasting effect on dancers. Like I said, the fans still perpetuate those stereotypes of them calling Nia a bad dancer, calling Paige that she was never supposed to be a dancer, talking about how Brooke had all this talent and should have just been a dancer. They continue these perpetual things all over the place, instead of recognizing that these are kids who just like to dance. Point blank period. However, Nia was grateful for what the show allowed her to overcome and achieve. Nia learned that at some point in your life, you have to overcome obstacles. You have to hold on to the truth that you can and will overcome them. As long as you live your life, you can change your circumstances, especially if you live authentically. Nia explains that being a black woman in certain spaces means you have to work much harder, which sadly is the truth. Nia states that she hopes her story encourages the reader to not be discouraged or stop moving towards the goals you want. Create your own opportunities. Don't wait for someone to choose you. Choose yourself. Hard work isn't always an instant win or an instant gratification. Sometimes it takes time. In the end, Nia became the star in her own life, and she's ready and prepared for whatever comes next. I think that sums up my overall thoughts. I think I put everything in this video as eloquently as I could about Nia's book, and I definitely recommend you going out and supporting her and buying the book, whether you buy an ebook or you buy a physical copy of it. I have an ebook, but I'm probably gonna buy a physical copy of it as well. It really puts into perspective the things that black girls and women go through. And I hope that as you watch this video, or if you just pop up and this video just comes across your YouTube channel, you realize that in this video we are discussing people's lives and lived experiences. And just because something that you might not have experienced happened doesn't mean it happened to somebody else. So overall, I'm very proud of Nia for being a star in her own life, and I'm hoping that with this video and those of you who go out and read her book, that you recognize your worth, you become a star in your own life, and you live your best life authentically and true to who you are, regardless of what people think and what they believe. And I think that's the real thing. I think society has deemed us to care what people think and social hierarchy, and it's like, damn that. Just live your best life authentically as you can. And that's what I strive to do. I try to live my life as best as I can. I live by my favorite thing, the golden rule: treat others how I want to be treated. Yes, are others going to treat me like how I want to be treated? No. But at the end of the day, I have to keep it moving, and I have to live my life authentically and how I want to live it. So thank you guys for watching. As always, remember to like the video, comment your thoughts down below. Please let me know how'd you feel about each chapter? What were your thoughts about my summarization of the book? And would you read it? Have you read it? Did you like it? Did you not like it? What were some things that you were shocked to find out in the book? And what were some things that you wish we could have got piping hot tea on? And of course, subscribe to the channel. All those things are free: liking the video, commenting your thoughts, and subscribing to the channel. With that being said, I'll see you guys later. Bye!